way. You can? Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Good SMG here.
Level 3. Backpack here. Level 3.
G7 scout here. Optics here. Close range.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. R301 here. Let's shift our orbits that way. Enemy that way. G7 scout here. Optics here. Close range. Optics. G7 scout here. Optics here. Close range. Dibs.
Let's scan this area.
Let's go this way. Let us go this way.
Open supply bin here.
Enemy spotted out there.
쟤나 못 봤겠지.
Bogey in sight.
Extended light mag here. Yeah, R301 here. Ultimate accelerant here.
Got a bogey on my marker.
One squad in the area.
Enemy spotted far. 잘 보고 다녀. There are two squads behind.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Got a bandit in my sights.
Shall we head this way?
Contact with enemy here.
Phone call. A baddie.
Rival over there. The flame draws me this way.
Got ourselves a bandit out there.
This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Beacon out there.
Two.
Shall we head this way, darlings?
Antagonist spotted over there.
I see one of them. Right there.
This way, perhaps. The flame draws
Fancy a
me
wee stroll this way.
This way, perhaps.
Yeah.
We can cruise over here. Let's scope this quadrant out
This
here.
direction calls to me. Let us go.
spotted far.
Enemy is here.
Spotted. Enemy spotted over there.
Spotted an enemy over there. Reckon we should head here. Watch out, dears. Baddie nearby.
I am here, my friend.
Spotted a wee hooligan.
Scan this area.
Fancy a stroll this way.
The flame draws me this way.
Tally on bandit out there. Let's scope this quadrant out here. Bogey here, and I'm looking straight up their tailpipe.
Shall we head this way?
Let's scan this area.
Enemy here.
Bad guy, outside our orbit.
Let's scan this area.
Let's shift our orbits that way. Enemy here. Best bounce our bums this way.
Let's check this quadrant. Never mind. Bogey right here.
Right there.
Shall we head this way, darlings?
Antagonist over here.
There's an Feature there.
Enemy spotted far.
There's a wee uptake.
Bogey over there.
The flame draws me this
Got a
way.
bandit close by.
Look, enemy over here.
This direction calls to me. Let us go.
A wee numpty right.
Bogey here.
Enemy here.
Enemy close.
Enemy here.
Bandit here.
Enemy here.
We must go here. Enemy close.
Lava here.
Antagonist over here.
I shot. A wee rocket under the
Shield battery here.
Let's check this quadrant.
So let's get you a do-over, huh?
We have our Apex champions. ammo here. Extended energy mag here. Level 1.
Extended light mag here. Here.
Look over here. Enemy very close.
Let's go here.
Optics here.
We should move
But
in.
this direction calls to me. Let us go.
My ultimate is ready.
Optics here. Close range.
Debs, dear.
Enemy that away. There's a wee numpty.
Enemy spotted. They are far.
Nobody panic, but we got bandits out there.
This way,
Fancy a wee
perhaps.
stroll this way.
The flame draws me this way.
Head on the swivel. Bogey landed near me. Bogey there. Padlock the bandit. Let's go here.
Contact with rival.
Death box here.
Peacekeeper here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
I'll bag that.
Reckon we should hit. Watch out, darlings. Body
Let us
nearby.
go.
Open door here.
numpty in our orbit. Bogey here. Bandit here. Let's go here. We can scan this area.
Numpty's out there. Numpty spotted. There's a wee numpty.
Tally on bandit out there. Let's scope this quadrant out here. Bogey there. Bogey spotted out there. Oh, ignore me. I'm hungry and don't know what I'm saying. Another. Let's check this quadrant.
Opponent here.
Bad guy outside our orbit.
Bogey here.
We must go here. We must go here.
Shield battery here.
Dibs.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. Got a bandit in my sights. Got ourselves a bandit out there.
This way. Opponent over there.
Numpty spotted. Enemy
Marked
there.
bandit.
Enemy is
Let's
right
check
here.
this quadrant. Let's go here. Let's scope this quadrant here.
Enemy spotted over there.
Bogey here, and I'm looking straight up their tailpipe.
Over there.
Reckon we should head here.
Let's scope this quadrant. Area. Oh, it's just a wee scratch, dear. Helmet here. Level 4.
Shotgun ammo here.
Bogey there.
Let's go here.
Opponents here.
Enemy here.
Bogey in my crosshairs. This way, you can.
Bogey right here.
Over there. This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Check it over there.
Tally on bandit out there.
Target spotted. small. Heads up, got one here.
Bogey there. Bogey in my crosshairs. Another bogey. Let's go here.
We should go here. Making contact with the enemy.
Target's right in front of me. I need heavy ammo.
Got another bandit.
This direction calls to me. Let's go.
Let's go here.
Bogey here.
Just a wee scratch here. Right here. On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
Enemy here.
Let's move. Here.
Optics here. Mid-range. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Shall we head this
Calls
way?
me this way. Contact with enemy here. My eye is trained on this area. I'll keep lookout here.
I reckon we should head here. Enemy here. Bogey in my crosshairs.
You may have an audience. A rival landed close by.
Bouncer thumbs this way.
Enemy there. Medkit here.
Medkit here. Another bogey.
This bouncer thumbs this way.
Let us move here.
Let's check this quadrant.
Let's shift our orbits that way. Jump team right here.
Got a bandit.
Enemy, that way. This bouncer thumbs this way.
Let's check this quadrant.
Come on, quickly. Numpty spotted. I spotted an
Let's go
enemy.
here.
Let's go here.
It's just a wee scratched here.
We can cruise over here.
L-Star here. Got a hop up here. Turbocharger.
Got a bogey on my marker. Peacekeeper here.
Let us move here. This way, perhaps.
Let's scan this area.
darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
Another bogey. Need help.
Let's go here.
We must go here.
Here's a wee numpty.
Let's scan this area.
Go.
Let's check this quadrant.
Antagonist, over there.
Best bounce on
10-4.
bombs this way.
Let's go here. Bogey right here. Let's check this quadrant. Let's scan this area.
Enemy spotted. Wow.
Bad guy, outside our orbit.
Let's scan this area.
Let's scan this area.
Mastiff here.
RTO1 here. Reckon we should head here. Bogey here. Let's scan this area.
Spotted a bomb ball over there.
We can scan this area.
Opponent here. Opponent here.
Target's right in front of me.
Fancy a wee stroll this way? Reckon we should head here. Let's scan this area. spotted out there.
Rival over there. Rival over there.
There's an Egypt. This way, you can. Spotted an enemy over there.
Tell them, bandit here. Bogey in sight. Got a bandit. Bogey right here.
Enemy spotted far. Right there.
Bogey in my crosshairs. Never mind.
Contact.
A bandit in my sight.
Let's relocate here.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Transferring to this area.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
calls to me. Let us go.
Bogey here. Bogey here.
This way, let's go.
We can scan this area.
Plan draws on this way.
Pause! Enemy here! Each it there!
Let's scope this quadrant out here. We can scan this area. Let's scope this quadrant out here. Thermite grenade here. We can cruise over here.
Numpty there. This could get interesting.
Bandit here.
Medkit here.
The flame draws me this way. This way, perhaps. Antagonist in sight. Too close.
Spotted a wee hooligan.
This way. You
Bogey
can.
there.
Enemy spotted.
Stallion bandit here. Did I say that out loud? Never mind. Let's go here.
The flame draws me this way. This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Enemy rather close.
This way, but opponent over there.
Bandit close by, visual clear. Let's go here.
Lava there.
Enemy there.
Got another bandit.
Enemy here.
Rival right here.
This way,
go
you
here.
can.
Shield cell here.
This way, you can.
Rival spotted.
Dibs.
Nobody panic, but we got bandits out there. We can cruise over here. We can cruise over here.
Fancy a wee stroll this way. Enemy rather close.
Enemy in view. Over there.
Thermite grenade here.
The flame draws me this way.
my mobile shield.
Gonna take a little walk this way.
Check 6. Bandit touchdown near me.
Smoke here.
Bandit here.
Opponent here.
Over there.
Shield battery here.
There is an enemy over here. Rival spotted. Forget that. This way, perhaps.
Opponent over there.
Start here.
Frag grenade.
Heavy ammo here.
We can cruise over here.
Got a castle wall here.
This direction calls to me. Let us go. There is an enemy over here.
here for our qualifier for Season 6 of Series Z Apex Legends. My name is Yeso, your host tonight, and excited to be back with you once again as we get ready to wrap up and find out who is going to be joining the fold here for Series Z for the next season. For those of you that are new, I want to break down just how things work before we get into the fun. Now, Series Z is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. We've got Guilty Gear Strive, Multiverses, Halo Infinite, and of course, Apex Legends. Now, the way that it works is players and teams come out, they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for them? Well, players will get the opportunity to sign a contract, they'll get signed by one of our partnered brands, they'll earn a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Apex Legends, it's every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like these teams used to be themselves, and then every Wednesday, they'll play against some of the best pros from all across North America. I'm talking Cloud9, TSM, NRG, and more. So if you and your friends want to get in on the fun while qualifiers may be wrapping up tonight, you can still participate throughout the season. Make sure to head over to esportsarena.com for more information, how to register, and all that good stuff. Now, as we turn our attention here to tonight's competition, as we are wrapping up the qualifiers, I would love to pull up our overall cumulative leaderboard for the qualifiers so you can see where everybody stands coming into this final night of competition. Meowdy have been hands down the standouts so far of the qualifiers, and they do sit in first place with an 80-point lead over Buff, Aim Assist, and Meowdy have qualified for the finals here tonight. So it is unlikely that they will be unseated from that first place, but there will still be a battle below them here. Buff, Aim Assist, of course, have been very, very good as well, and had a strong performance last night to get up into triple digits. Meanwhile, Who, Fully Torqued, Zero Marksman, and Redeem all pretty close to each other there at 3rd through 6th. But the big eyes will be on Buff, Aim Assist, and Meowdy and how they can finish off the qualifiers here tonight. So we'll have, of course, the finish of our qualifiers here tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. 5 games ahead of us here, my good friends T-Squared and Dia back once again to finish things off, and it's going to be an absolute blast. Let's not waste any time, though. We're ready to head over to our casters. We're going to kick off our final night here of qualifiers for Series Z Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E Apex Legends.
Apex Legends. Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
Lion is down! Luxford is out! But with Lustimonios gone, it's gonna be an exasperating win now. They've got the angles, they've got the players, they've got the numbers, and they should have the win! It's been an amazing day of Series E. You're not done kills, actually ripping apart the final player of Renegade. That's gonna be elimination there.
Series E Season 6 Qualifier number 4 T-Squared, also seemingly known as the Meowdy Victory Lap, since they will be back here today, having won 4 of our 6 games yesterday. We do only have 5 going on today, but even still, I'm expecting Meowdy to dominate.
These guys are absolutely nuts, but we have a pretty stacked lobby when you look at all the teams that are in here overall, which makes their performance even more impressive, realistically. But the way that they're shooting, the way that they're working as a team, their timing on everything, Dia, it's extremely on point.
I like your hat, Tom. It's really standing out to me. And you know what? Now, I like that you brought up the other teams that are standing out as well, because we've got their performances to look forward to, in the sense that, yes, while Meowdy may be in first, all of the other qualified spots for this season that may become available will still be fought over by other teams in the order that they finish in qualifiers. So teams like Buff, Aim Assist, who are right below Meowdy, or even Who, right next to them, could still make it into Series E, depending on how these next couple of weeks go for them.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, sometimes there's more partners that get introduced, so everyone should be fighting for their spots as much as possible. As we take a look at the format, it's your typical format that you've seen in Series Z, also your ALGS format. In terms of points, you're getting 1 point per kill, and then the placement points are definitely extremely important as well. But we know this is a very kill-heavy lobby. It's almost like kill race-esque in terms of how you're running around trying to gather as many team fight wins as possible.
Yeah, especially yesterday, we were seeing a lot of games that ended up being round 4, 4 teams left, and then a real slow battle to determine who would be those final two. I'm expecting it to be similar tonight, and of course, last night we had some teams that may be slightly different. So let's take a look at the teams that are going to be participating today and see what those final couple squads will look like. For right now, everybody is going to know that you've got to keep your eyes on Buff Aim Assist. We're sitting in second, and honestly, T-Squared, I'm pulling up Slept On again, because I refuse to go back to sleep on this squad, especially since they finally clinched themselves the top 3 yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of teams really stand out. Those teams on the bottom-hand side, you got Steamrollers, Stick Drift OP, Meowdy obviously in first place, Bots with Stomps on their team. There's a lot of talent in here. You know, Team Revenge found themselves in the final zones, in the final circles numerous times yesterday. They just weren't able to execute on their team fights. They were rocking Crypto. The EMPs, you know, didn't really hit as hard as you were really hoping or expecting. Also, the armor situation seemed to be a little bit weak, because when you're going to be facing against Meowdy in the final circle, you know that they're going to have the red armors. They're just going and taking tons of fights. So we saw times where they're going up against 2 purples and a blue. At a certain point, when you're playing that confident and you even see an armor advantage, you're going to win the fight based on that. You know, confidence is really key in these type of situations. Landing spots are crucial as we get ready to land into game number 1. You can see the team compositions, a lot of Seer, a lot of Horizon, a lot of Valkyrie as anticipated. But Meowdy, they're going on over towards Lava City, and they're going to be going for Big Mod. Now, if you are a team that's trying to catch up to them, maybe you would want to land on them over these next 5 games. Is it risky? Is it probably a bad idea? Yes, it is, because you're most likely going to lose that fight. But if you're really, really trying to take over first place, that could be a play.
I tell you what, it's a difficult play to call as well, because, as you say, well, it does have inherent risk. Some would argue, I would argue, Tom, that letting Meowdy have Lava City and Big Mod, and sometimes even Dome, when they can take those fights and ultimately turn it into even more loot, is so much scarier. Do you want to 50-50? Absolutely not. But if Meowdy end up leaving 3 POIs with all the loot they could possibly ask for, it isn't a 50-50 anymore. It's a 70-30, if not an 80-20.
Yeah, they're getting all of the loot that they desire. They're walking away with multiple, you know, high-tier weapons, whether that's the gold R301, the gold R9, the purple 30-30, plus all of the armors that they're going to be finding in these 3 POIs. So it seems like they've really dominated the southern side of the map, and they focused on the rotations. Looks like the zone's going to pull over towards their side as well, so it's going to be another solid start for them just based on what we're seeing.
Yeah, that beacon scan is going to be really important for them as well. Pulling us down to launch site, an interesting place to go, since this was actually our last zone yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Launch site ended up being not really even that crowded, with a lot of teams being cold as they tried to push up into the actual POI itself, with the choke point between Shri and launch site proving especially deadly for a lot of them. As I look up a little further north, though, I'm noticing that Countdown's got some action going on in it, and that might be where we see our first squad dropped.
Yeah, you have 3 teams over towards that Countdown area. If we could hop on board with Lightstar Joe and his team, looks like they're going up against Detox. You also have a Lava Fisher third party that could come in to play. You also have ING over towards Skyhook, looking like they're going to be fighting a team. And Lightstar Joe, first player to get eliminated. That's going to be Detox with the car, putting in some serious work. Skinny Veggie is also another player we've seen in the Series E qualifiers and in the Open Nights. Relay is another player that's extremely solid. Fighting that wingman early is going to be very useful for him, but he's taking a lot of damage over towards the side. The flank coming in from Gao, and it looks like this is going to be a really easy cleanup there as they are taken down. It's Berry, Veggie, Plex, a combination of all of the players' names. Unfortunate for Lightstar Joe. Definitely looking forward to him bouncing back in the next couple games. This is the third party that we were talking about, though, and you called it, Dia. A lot of teams were in the area.
And with only 2 members left standing, Gao likely don't last long here. They've already lost 1, and being, I think, our only caustic squad of the entire lobby, that's a defensive legend that we simply aren't going to be seeing anymore. Team Inferno managed to clean that up just in time, and still have plenty of a leisurely pace to be able to make their way in towards this next ring. Detox, not nearly so fortunate, will likely be walking into other squads, rotating from places like Skyhook and Fragment, that also want to play edge and will be more than happy to find a rat, especially at Gibraltar when it is so hard to hide on this legend.
In August, I had an opportunity to play with Designful and Andrew from His and Hers, and we tried running this composition against all of the Sears and Horizons, Valkyries. It just doesn't work out anymore. Even though it was a month after the ALGS finals and it was a 50% pick rate, the game evolved so much after the patches and the way that people were playing. Nice spray there from Jalone, but it doesn't matter because McLovin answers it with the EVA 8 inside of staging, and this is not what you're looking for. Stomps going down early. That's your Seer. You still have the black hole to deal with, and you have your exhibit down, a black hole of your own, but this is great pushing coming in from each and every door. The spray so clean onto Locks. Looking for the armor swap. He's not able to find it. Jay needed to run out. They're inside of the exhibit, and now it's time to go and heal,
Nice!
but Jalone's just carrying the fight.
Jalone is going insane, and with this last beam, he could clinch it for the squad. Bots don't quite make it. Buff aim assist, our second place squad after 4 qualifiers, has managed to barely stay alive in the face of a terrifying Horizon player.
I see why he calls himself Jalone, because he wins fights all Jalone, and that's very difficult to go and do when your teammates are just dropping left and right. Oh my goodness, I talked about the quality of players that we have over here. You can just see the R301 no magazine coming in from this Watson player on Team Inferno is on point. Keys down, locks down, only one more player remaining, and that's how you third party if you're Inferno.
They've really boogied it over here. The last time we saw them was at Countdown, and honestly, the fight between BAA and Bots did not take that long. It was 2 very clean teams going up against each other. The fact that Team Inferno get 2 of these kills to follow that up and basically put BAA in a position where they are kind of going to have a difficult time impacting the rest of the lobby is heartening to see, because this is a squad that can still make their mark even this late into the qualifiers. On the other hand, Buff Aim Assist have the tough road ahead of them. While they won't be encountering that many squads in the rotation out through Landslide, you're also unlikely to be able to get either of these banners in time.
Working on my tweet to talk about how, this is the final day of qualifiers for Series E, and it's going to say, final day of qualifiers for Series E. Don't worry, Dia, they pay us.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm so nervous, Tom. I've been nervous all day. I am glad that we're getting some attention. There's a little bit of drama in the Apex scene. You know what? I think that's what the Apex scene is really built for.
Everyone needs a little bit of drama, It's like you gotta have things keep it a little interesting. But yes, just a little joking here and there never hurt anybody.
Don't worry, they pay us. I'm a little worried, but not because of that. Instead, I'm worried because 10X was walking up on a 2-person GOW. They didn't quite end up finding the squad as a defensive bombardment ended up splitting them, but 10X still have made their way down to knock Detox and eliminate this one Gibraltar player from the lobby. One Gibraltar player who notably ended up getting the banner and still has another teammate in this game.
This is a tough spot to fight. The zone is directly next to them. Detox was able to get A1s in here, but it's just kind of a trade. Always interesting how that happens, right? You're the guy that gets your teammate back in, and then you get taken out. It's like, all right, man, cool, sick. All right, you better do something now. Honestly, you better go for the banner, be the homie. Don't leave me hanging.
Is he gonna do it? Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Tom. I'd rather have a Valkyrie alive than a Gibraltar. So
true.
I think they've still managed to come out on top of it, at least temporarily, but 10X are going to try and really play with the patience of this squad. A1s may go back for this, and if they do, they will find another point given over to 10X, who are hovering, well, technically outside of zone, just barely outside of it, to the point that they really don't have to worry about anything. They've got the opportunity to make their way down through this tunnel, perhaps even over it, by using something like their Valkyrie ult, and it does seem to be that they are positioning for.
Yeah, they're still in zone number 2, so it's A-okay for now. A little bit of banner camping, never really hurt anybody, so this is, the typical banner camp, right? They understand that they are just a duo right now. You really want to try to get your teammate back into this game. And as soon as you think they're gone, they're ready to pounce on that situation, especially with the zone being so close. Now A1s isn't able to really do anything. Tough break right there, but hey, he tried, Dia.
Played it responsibly as well. Now that we've got the Valgolt to hopefully reposition this squad without drawing too much attention, GOW should be able to scout out a spot that not too many teams have prioritized. Up by the Dorito building is pretty empty, and actually, shout out to our observers for showing us that so is the entire western side of this map. Staging and thermal are basically empty, with one squad making their way through and straight to tree.
A lot of teams are going to be surprised by this zone pull, as Inferno is looking pretty solid so far. Saw some great shots coming out from their Watson player. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, Dia. I'm going to leave that one to you.
All right, I'll do my best. It's going to be rough. I'm hoping that the highlights sort of stagnate here, though, since there are two squads locked up next to each other. Team Inferno do have the opportunity to play this a little safer, unlike Atlas, by the way, who have ended up going out. Ape inside of this building are taking shots from the window, and they lose one, surprisingly, to just some nice out-angling from Inferno and some nades alongside it. Ape have just their Bloodhound left, and now there's a whole nother squad entering the party as well. It is a miracle that he's out here with the Beast of the Hunt, and somehow Wada survives.
Buff aim assist coming around the corner. They were able to get their teammates back up in here. And now Adept is putting in some serious damage. But if your team name is going to be Ape, I don't know if you can play Caustic, just saying. Turtling inside the building as your team name is Ape, and that's kind of what happens. We talked about this yesterday. When you turtle inside the buildings, we're in a meta right now that you're just not allowed to do that. You're going to get Seer-Queued, you're going to get exhibited. As soon as they find any mistake, there goes the Horizon ult. The Horizon ult also breaks doors. You have Valkyrie who can break doors with the missile swarm, so it's not your typical, hey, let's just block the doors and everything's going to be A-okay, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these legends really start to fall off. Who gets eliminated? That's going to be Slept On, picking up some kills.
You know, funny how this happens again in the first game of the day. We saw the same story play out just yesterday with Slept On able to eliminate who a little bit earlier than a lot of people would have otherwise thought. As round two's just done closing, though, Slept On have got to start boogieing further south into this zone that has been their enemy so often. Slept On are incredible at this mid-game team fighting, at taking out squads before they have a chance to reset and breathe, but they have struggled in end-game zones, and that is where our teams like Buff Aim Assist, who granted are missing a player, and Meowdy have really thrived.
McLovin seems to have and lagged out of the lobby, which is really, really unfortunate. Key's going to be taken down, and Team Inferno is going to take down Buff Aim Assist. Very unfortunate situation right there. Chadamus Prime in the area, too. So a lot of action happening over towards this tree side, but it seems to be slowing down. You know, you have two players here. You know that there's been a fight happening for at least 2 to 3 minutes. Could be multiple teams that come in and try to take you down, plus no knocks, so really smart play by Chadamus Prime, especially because they don't have slacking. I like this. They can now just gatekeep over towards the zipline area, try to play a little bit sneaky, maybe set up an ambush as teams try to rotate into the zone.
Really effective spot to play, and a nice adaptation to what we can now see is a zone that not many would have expected. A lot of teams piled up in launch site earlier on and thankfully have made their rotations out to places like Lava Siphon. But even so, a zone like this is difficult to play because you cannot get there too early. Very punishing to teams that otherwise like to try and play safe, sit in one spot and hunker down. This is going to be one where open area that is really bad to play before Zone 5 and 6 is going to end up being your god spot at those points. Zero Marksmen have a great angle to be able to utilize that, though. Up here on this height, they have the cover of all of launch site, as well as the opportunity to, at their leisure, siege the low ground directly to its north to hopefully get themselves that god position when we hit Zone 6.
Team Slept On is having themselves a pretty decent game overall. Looks like they're getting ready for an ambush onto the top of Lava Siphon over here, and it's always important to play the roof in any type of instance, especially if you're not getting hit with G7 scouts and 30-30s from across the map. Speaking of the scout, Karma putting in some serious work. Nice head glitch by the enemy player. It's going to be a missile swarm and a push coming in from Goat. The immediate damage results into an immediate push, and that's why Slept On is such a strong team. The spray looking good, and Goat just a sliver away from being able to get that knock onto Garrett.
Surprisingly, Garrett, as well. That's Meowdy right in front of Slepton, and with the combination of them and another squad, they're able to knock out one of the most important players in the lobby, who allows this entire squad, this dominant team of Meowdy, to really thrive. Unfortunately, without Garrett, without Cody, they've got nothing anymore. Meowdy are out, and it's in 12th place in our first game.
Yeah, Meowdy needs to be careful that they don't let some momentum go on over towards teams like Buff Amos and Slepton. But they've built themselves such a lead that they do have a little bit of room for error. Plus, we're down to 5 games tonight instead of 6, which, you know, it actually helps them out, Dia, because less games is better when you have such a lead. I like the thought process of just staying live for as long as possible if you're Garrett. But this is what Slepton loves to do. They love to go and take fights on the edge, and they're continuing to do so. The exhibit's going to go down for Psycho here very shortly. He's going to put it over towards the corner, and that's when we're talking about the Horizon being able to stop the pushes and people camping inside. I love that play from Goat. Maybe a little bit misplaced, and the charge rifle's coming in from the backhand side. That's not what you're looking for.
Wow.
The push ends up getting stopped and griefed. The res coming in on over towards the side, and it gets canceled. Great cue there from Phobia.
3 HP on Curry as well. Now Tenax have the opportunity to push out with the health advantage that they already have confirmation that they possess. With multiple angles, Phobia's gone down, but it is still a 2 versus 2. Still a health advantage. Surely they might still lose it. And Spire Academy are coming in to take out the winners. Tenax are gone. Somehow Slepton in the 2v3 take them out. But now it's time for Spire, and surely Slepton don't win this. What is happening right now? Spire have lost 2, and there's no way that it came that close to Slepton claiming another squad.
Hey, that's that controller range. I'm just gonna go and say it, Dia. We all saw it. It's just impossible to win that fight against these players when they shoot so well up close. And it's also the prediction coming in from Team Slepton. They just understand the situations, right? They're like, okay, we need to clutch it out. We cannot miss any shots. It's a 2 versus 3. That's exactly what they did. What a scary team. It's surprising to me that they're not higher up on the overall leaderboard. Realistically, they were my team to go and win this thing after we saw how they were performing in Series E prior to this. On the open nights, throughout the ALGS qualifiers, almost 1 point away. They were 1 point away from being able to qualify behind our team, ESA, and you can see exactly why. There's absolute monsters. ING now with that annoying bamboozle coming out of Audi. See if he's going to be able to do anything here towards the end game.
I really like that they're using this as well. I mean, I know a lot of people will trash talk the Mirage, but 1, very fun to play. 2, surprisingly effective in these lobbies. I don't know if people have talked about the specific interaction, but you'll notice that ING aren't running a Seer, and because they have a Mirage, they do actually get a really nice extra value out of the Bamboozle when going up against squads that are reliant on that extra information.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a Seer counter, right? Because you get a little bit of the footsteps. People rely on that heavily. And then as soon as you hit that ult, you're going to be having tons of footsteps all over the place. Plus, he's a very experienced Mirage player. It's not like he's just picking it up because, oh, I think this could be some sort of counter. This is my first time playing Mirage. This dude has over 50,000 kills on this Legend.
Yeah, Audi has been demonstrating the ceiling of Mirage play at the Tier 2 level, and to see ING surviving, if not thriving in these games is really impressive. They're going for it once again, and Audi at close range just decimates Lily, leaving ING with an advantage, even pushing into Watson fences, even with the zone at their backs. Team Revenge are not long for the world at all as they get dismantled by ING.
Really nice play, great entry frag there coming in from our Mirage player that we've been hyping up, and ING continues to put in some serious work over towards this lobby. Spire has them in their sights, though. They do have the low ground, so they're going to have to back off, find position into the zone. Problem is, with 30 seconds, this is still a little bit early to get on over here, so they're allowing ING to full heal, plus there could be angles taken on the opposite side that will mess them up just a little bit.
Certainly is. I mean, 5-4 actually teams left. Goodbye, OVP. We've ended up losing yet another. Shadows Prime, evidently, contributing to the lobby even now. Spire Academy do still have a pretty good position when it comes to height, on a better spot in zone, but not being able to have that last RV really does hurt them. And as the zone closes in, I wonder whether this rock will actually be enough to separate them from the aggressive squads that we have on the high ground.
Really just depends on who's going to go for the black hole in certain instances. Looks like you can see the Newcastle walls are going down here for Ziffer. A lot of missile swarms, a lot of grenades coming on over towards their side. No matter what you have for a defensive legend, it's just not going to be enough. You can see the amount of pressure that Papa Midget is adding onto the map right now. The R301 connecting, running a little bit low on ammo, and the re-knock coming in is, it's going to be Audi again on that Mirage, putting in work. Young Pup-Tart, not long for this world either. Papa Midget taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful of the zone, of the black hole, and the Newcastle wall. Moonshine, he's down and out throughout all of this, and that's the black hole coming in from the opposing team. You can see ING trying to stay alive as long as possible. The entry frag again from Audi is going to be strong, and they could clean this lobby up.
Spire Academy are gone. ING are weak. The third-party timing has to be now, but Zero Marksmen are still healing. We're going arenas once again, Tom. And with this Mirage that has to be throwing a wrench into the works of Zero Marksmen, everyone is on edge. Zero Marksmen have played so well throughout these quals, but can they finally pull out a victory against the squad that has changed the meta of these qualifiers? They still need access to the high ground to do Zero Marksman, and Audi's cutting it off with this Mirage. Up goes the horizon, and it's a push on two angles that ends up giving Boski the high ground that he ultimately has to give up just to heal a little more. With a nice flank from Moonshine, Dame is low. No knocks yet, but a little bit more damage would take down our first player of this engagement. Moonshine gets out-angled. He's in trouble. Behind Geyser, he gets taken down by Dame, and now it's a 3 versus 2 in the favor of ING. Zero Marksman holding down everything they possibly can, but with two players, it simply isn't enough. They are isolated, separated, and systematically taken down as there is nothing left to do in the face of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bodies that ING can throw at you.
Nice job by ING. You could feel the momentum really shifting in their favor. Once Moonshine had to get res and had to full heal, that's all ING needed. You talked about the third party needed to come in. It didn't come in time. Also, a little bit of a misplay for Moonshine and not going for the missile swarm as he had the player directly behind the box. That's what the missile swarm's for. It uses an almost extra grenade that you could go and shoot right there. They had one player weak. That was the opportunity to get the knock, but a great job from ING just staying alive, re-healing throughout all of that, taking fights over towards the end game, and you could see the power of Mirage and Audi, the way that he's able to play and how aggressive he is on an entry fragging, position that isn't really an entry frag legend.
Yeah, the nerves really were tangible in that very last fight, and the fact is that even that, the fragging that you're talking about from Audi today, is something that we got a teaser of yesterday that's already taken a step up into our 4th day of qualifiers. From day 3 to day 4, it's a different ING that we saw, one that's actually able to find their way to victory and influence this lobby in aggressive and impressive ways. They weren't the only ones, though. We called out Chatamus Prime for having repercussions over the course of this lobby, but they definitely had a lot of teams alongside them, with GOW actually being the focus of a lot of our narrative, if on the unfortunate end of it, during the early parts of this game.
Really high-level Apex being played all across the board from so many different teams. I think there's definitely like a tier list to certain teams here, and you could see how skilled they really are. And again, that's why Meowdy's performance throughout all of these qualifiers has been so darn impressive. The way that they're able to win 4 out of 6 games in the finals yesterday, the way that they're able to have an 80-point lead before we started today. When you look at everybody here, everybody's so talented. Just look at Jalone on bots, just putting in some serious work. Great use of the knockdown shield right there by Locks, allows them not to go for the armor swap, but he had a great armor swap over towards the back, and he almost did back-to-back-to-back-to-back one clips. He was just about 10-15 damage away from being able to clean up everybody on that team.
Almost same thing happened with Slepton. I mean, the plays stacked up in only the first game of the day. We do have 5 today, not our regular 6. But to hear a little bit more about how that first one went, let's hear from Yeso.
Huge game there from Zero Marksman to start off the day. but it's the systematic fighting of ING that takes them down and grabs ING the win here in our first game to start off our final qualifier. Let's take a look at our champion squad from this one as ING took the dub at the end. Not as many KP as we saw from the side of Zero Marksman, but still a strong game here from the squad. They pick up 8 kills for themselves, a nice 20-point performance to kick things off. This might be a game where I think, based on the KP, ING and Zero Marksman might actually be tied at 20 points. We'll have to check in with our Mobile One leaderboard when we head back over to T-Squared and Dia here in a little bit. But still, just a really solid win here from ING, and a good job picking apart Zero Marksman in that final fight. Was very impressed about how they really spread them out and then one by one picked them off, took them down, and worked their way through that fight. So well played from ING. But let's take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment. And this is actually a third party from a little earlier on in the game. You can see 10x here, and Catamatic doing a lot of damage here through the building, but ultimately it's Spire Academy rolling in to clean things up. They immediately started off with the Seer ultimate to give them a ton of information, and just peeking right around here, absolutely beaming, but unfortunately one goes down, and it doesn't matter though, because Spire Academy still come rolling in. Dragu with that final shot on the PK, able to finish it up. So a little tense there for a moment from Spire, but the good support comes from the rest of the team to clean things up, and this is a very nice finish to this fight for the side of Spire Academy. You just love to see that nice little sliding one tap with the PK to finish off the fight. Very satisfying way to do it here, and a good job from Spire Academy despite some rough early knocks in this one. ING though, they take the win in our first game of the day. They're going to be neck and neck with the side of Zero Marksman going into game 2. We still have 4 more ahead of us here tonight. Of course, these teams battling it out to try and be one of our sponsored teams this coming season. We'll have to see who comes out on top on our final night of qualifiers. We've got game 2 and more for you when we come back.
I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist, I'm never old enough to give a promise.
Tyson boneless buffalo bites have that tasty kick of flavor, so they're perfect for any get-together. If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson Anytizers Chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling snackers, more to love.
back to Series E Season 6 Qualifiers, the final episode, as here in the fourth qual, we have actually just finished our first game, and an impressive game it was, having highs and lows and several almost 1v3s T-squared. Let's take a look at that Mobile 1 leaderboard to see how it all worked out. Zero Marksman, ING, as Yeso said, round of golf claps to Yeso, predicting the 20-point tie that we now have at the top of our leaderboard.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Very rarely do you see a team win the game and they end up, having such a strong performance, but yeah, it ends up being a tie. So hats off to Zero Marksman for putting up the amount of kill points that they did. But the big story here is Meowdy going to be able to, fend off these other teams over the next 4 games? It would have to be an absolutely insane push coming in from Buff Amosys, and it makes you wonder what's going to happen in the beginning of these games. Are people focusing Meowdy down? It looks like they are getting all 3 POIs that you talked about, Dia. Dome is completely empty. They're getting Big Mod on a solo land. They're also getting Lava City for free. That's a lot of real estate over towards the southern side of the map, especially with the southern zone right there. But they are a little bit off of their game. Very rarely do you see them even lose out on being inside the top 10. If they do, they're picking up a lot of kill points. That's one of the lowest scoring totals that we've seen from Meowdy. But hey, they could be playing with their feet right now.
They honestly could. I mean, I will say, Buff Amosys did score higher than them by, I think it was 2 points, so now it's only 78 points between these teams. 78 points in 4 games? That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Copium, we're fine. As we do drop into our second game of the day, though, we'll be keeping our eye on how Meowdy interact with the rest of the lobby, because you're right, T-Squared, it was odd to see the way that they dropped out rather early, especially when compared to their previous performances. And I attribute a lot of that to the fact that these teams are playing a very different game, specifically in this last day. While we did have a high-action game number 1, it was also really scrappy and not just full fighting. We had so many teams operating with 1 or 2 members left, but so many of them also surviving until very late into the game.
A fight happening right off the rip. It's going to be Ape getting knocked, and this is happening over towards, it looks like, Countdown area, which we had a lot of action previously. Excuse me, that's going to be over towards Thermal Station, so maybe more fighting happening over towards that Countdown area, but this is a completely different start than we had previously. Nobody was landing over towards this Thermal Station side. It's going to be OVP looking to put down the final player. It's Nerf Fusion going down, and Ape getting eliminated within the first 30 seconds of the game.
They activated their trap card. You don't stand too close to Thermal Station this early on into the game. On the other end, though, you talked about the action we have at Countdown, where Barry Veggieplex, after losing their own fight in Game 1, seemed to be on the verge of doing it again, with GOW right above, and with still all 3 members up. The shield swaps in the center, helping out just that little bit extra, but GOW are large and in charge of Countdown at the moment. I don't see anyone stopping that.
And this is a very good team that they're taking down, and they're making it look easy, so that's very impressive coming in from Gao. Stickdrift OP finding themselves in a little bit of scuffle over towards the Overlook side. Interesting building to be trapped in this early in the game. Newcastle Wall going to block the door as they need to go and hit the rest of their heals, but it looks like a lot of ways could be out of cells. The entire team basically in shambles this early into the game.
And they're an experienced team, especially when it comes to endgame. You've seen these guys around the Tier 2 scene for God knows how long, but really, when you get into a scuffle like this around Overlook early on, it hurts to be fighting with almost no resources. There are a couple of clips in this Volt. As you talked about, very little effective HP, and that purple helmet that Lotta Ways has is a small miracle on its own, one that very well won't save them from Zero Marksman, who were tied for first in our very first game of the day. Balski takes a nice bit of damage and pops right back up with that gravity lift, daring someone to come after him, as Papa Midget with the drop-down flank gives us all the Halloween spook we were looking for, picking up 2 additional kills for the squad. 1 left. The Zero Marksman, they've done their job.
Really great use of Seer there from Papa Midget. He could have slow played that just a little bit more and waited for his Q to come back, but immediately drops down, surprised them, flanks, comes in from behind, and then saves his passive and his Q for the final player to be able to locate where they are. And Stickdrift OP getting taken down. 2 back-to-back team fights happening very cleanly for our teams, but here comes a third party from Team Revenge. We've seen this team over towards the end game a lot, and that's a very strong wingman from Lily already with the purple mag, has the red dot in it, Arcstar in hand. There goes the black hole just in time. And Lily actually gets taken right back over there. And a really nice counter from the Horizon. Buff Aim Assist gets eliminated. Inferno gets eliminated. And now it's all up to 6. Can he do his best Jalone impression and go for the 3v1?
He's got a nice bat to pop here, a lot more effective HP in what I believe to be a 1v1 at the moment. The head peak also belongs to Styx with all of these bodies to hide behind, and Zero Marksmen don't make it out of Overlook despite their early fight. Team Revenge really got theirs this game.
Really great use of the knockdown shield from his teammate, the armor swap coming in for Carlon. Perfect plays from Styx. You really can't ask for anything better. There goes the Seer Q, and now another third party is coming over towards the backhand side. You can see why. The zone is pulling over here as Mass Season and his team are starting to push forward. A couple other teams coming in from that epicenter side. ING still over towards Survey Camp, the winners from the previous game, and then you have the Geyser rotation happening for the team in first place on the accumulative leaderboard. That's going to be Meowdy. So watch out as they are now going to start pushing in over towards this side. And Jalone, he's got the Volt back in hand, and why not? Dia, the dude was going absolutely nutty with it.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely run something like that back. Steamrollers were hoping to push up in the meantime, buy themselves a little bit more space and maybe loot before Meowdy ended up showing up. Or perhaps bots rolled into this as well. But with Steamrollers being repelled by that EMP, they'll settle for the other buildings in Overlook, and it's not a bad opportunity to do so, because so often someone doesn't pull into Overlook proper, instead more to the low ground right off to its west, and this is still a nice position for Steamrollers to be in when we do approach those next couple circles.
Stomps gets a knock onto Greatsword, who we've seen has played a phenomenal Gibby and a handful of different legends going forward. Stomps is one of my players to look out for. Again, hasn't really had the best qualification process, but Team Bots is definitely a team to be reckoned with, especially after we saw what Jalone is able to do with that Volt in his hand, and he's got it right back again with the Scout as the secondary. Not the ideal scope for that gun, but he's going to try to make it work across the map here in Countdown.
For right now, Bots are struggling to really find themselves in effective range of another team. They're still very close to the next ring and have got at least the 2 kills so far. So points are still in their favor, even if they haven't gotten the squad wipe that would put us into placement point territory. 15 teams left means that everybody's got at least that 1 point that they earn simply from being here. Bots are chasing into the next ring to see if they can find a few more and speed up this lobby so much more than it was just last game. Great angle from Stomps, who does need to heal up pretty darn soon, but first things first, they get another knock, they get another kill, and Bots move themselves a little bit further up on the leaderboards.
Nice job by the Bots. Jalone gets that med kit off right in time. JQ is going to be able to do that as well. Stomps is going to be able to full heal. Ida now find themselves in a sticky situation. It's going to be Polar Bear trying to survive. He has plenty of batteries to boot, but while he's healing, he's not going to be able to hit the scans to find out exactly where these players are coming from. Also trying to avoid where that micro drone is, and now 2 players in the corner. Not the ideal situation. They're going to have to do a little bit of bait and switch. There goes the Horizon Black Hole. Both players end up shooting it, but as soon as that focus gets taken on over there, Spire Academy is going to capitalize on that. A great 2v2 situation from Spire. It's tough, Dia. You know, you need to go and heal, but both players going into the same spot, not an ideal situation in this Horizon meta.
Certainly not, and the Horizon plays have really leveled up as well, because seeing a move like that and the great timing that its Matt had on the invasion into their private space while they were trying to heal was really intelligent and well played, because so many more teams are understanding the different plays that you can make with Horizon. We even saw Jalone last game, though we didn't get to call it out, using it as almost a stopgap, saying 2 people are pushing here, but I'm going to take a moment, stop you with this Horizon ult, and then isolate somebody else. There are so many versatile uses for this legend that now we might see Slept On make their play with it as well. Goat gonna be the one running Horizon this time for the squad, having to put up that ultimate fragger roll while his Psycho starts to really put the pressure on with Seer, who gets so much more information than everyone else.
And this is the turtling that we were talking about. Yes, you do have a Watson here but at what cost is it? You are not able to do anything if you don't have that interception pylon in the right spot. Nice spray, though, from King Proverb. Speaks otherwise. All 3 members now cracked as the push is starting to come through. Bocek needs to connect. Got to be careful that you don't end up getting third party. And Goat is the first one to get dropped. Nice job by Atlas fending off the push. 2 players going to be knocked. Rocky needs to go for an armor swap, but instead he's just hitting for these Bocek shots. 12 is all he's hitting for, though, and there is that third party that we talked about. So Atlas, while they did fend off a great push, they still pushed out a little bit too far. All of that damage that they did ends up coming to bite them.
That was almost cooler than the movie, honestly. Being able to whip out the bow at close range. I liked what Rocky did there. But ING did end up taking over what is a real nice spot for this end game. Though the zone won't be pulling here, ING have the opportunity to make their way in real nice and slow across the bridge just to their south. And that's to say nothing of the amount of loot that they just came into. Bots, for their part, are going to be making their way through the north as well. And need to get that banner from Stomp right back so they can get access to the information that Seer's got later on in the game.
Greatsword, instead of playing on Gibby, he's actually on Seer here. So again, playing a handful of different legends throughout Series E, throughout all of the qualifications process. Vizzy now on the hunt. Thought he had Jalone, but it's going to be the knock going on to Vizzy. The res coming in from Greatsword, and Wave now going to be able to maybe toss out some armor swaps for his team. Instead, he's just going to go and armor swap of his own and elect to go for the syringes. They're going to need a couple of med kits here, but they're in the replicating area. It's A-OK, and that's why it's such a great addition to the game. I love the crafting. The crafting materials being shared throughout your team is one of the best changes that we've seen in Apex.
I almost cried when that happened. Just such a huge quality of life buff to not have to go manually for everyone who are still knocking on death's door with the syringes that they've had to pop while they wait for these med kits to bake. And Wave's making me nervous with how late this is going to go off. He doesn't get knocked, though, and that should mean that they are all right to pop those medis and get themselves into the zone. The zone that is becoming ever increasingly populated by these squads. Team Revenge being able to hold down their position from earlier with the Newcastle wall that isn't even theirs. They've really got away with something special here.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that once Newcastle gets taken out of the lobby that the wall still stays up there. I've always thought that was a pretty interesting ad because no other legend has that. I mean, Watson, the interception pylon kind of stays there, but it's awesome to see it being utilized with the Watson here. And plus, now you're able to fly around in the drones, get the consistent scans over towards the back of Overlook, as you can see in that mini-map in the top left. Exactly what Carlon is going for. He's going to give us a lot of information here. So if we can pull up the map, once he gets that scan, that's going to be big info.
It's exactly what we called out earlier as well. I think it's Steamrollers that took up residence towards the northern end, and they're actually still there. So having called the zone really early, Steamrollers have already found themselves in the center of the zone that Team Revenge just found out is going to be the end game. Right centered around this low ground in between Overlook and Climatizer, you've got the final stand, and it's one that Steamrollers are already prepared for, already have Godspot in.
It ends up being kind of a 50-50 with these Overlook zones. Is it going to pull over towards Overlook, or is that mountain ledge over towards the northern side the spot that you want to go and hold? Both spots end up being extremely viable. But now, with that information, how early do you rotate? Because you need to go and, you know, set up in that building, but at the same time, you don't want to showcase to everybody else where the zone is going to go. It's very reminiscent of when, you know, early on in competitive Apex, if you weren't running Pathfinder, you'd have to continuously go after the Pathfinder teams and just kind of mirror them overall. As we have another push inside of the no-name area, it's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Trying to find his entry frag. One player already going to be down, looking like the PK shots aren't going to be able to connect, but he switches right back on over towards the flat line. It's Barry Veggieplex as a duo being taken down.
That two-person squad really did get exposed by the Seer as well. With Floop having that information, it is an easy cleanup for OVP that whittles us down to the top 10. The top half of the lobby now is We may be going a little bit even further with Slepton being aggressed on in their own way. It's difficult for Psycho to find a nice spot to heal and has to sit outside the zone to do it. It's not going to work. Southpaw's taking him down, and Shadimus Prime have got to be on the go button now. What? Got end up taken out by Meowdy. What's going on right here? Is this a 3-squad endeavor? Slepton surely don't survive this, not against Meowdy on the high ground. Cody have ended up taking out the second, and which leaves Meowdy with just one to eliminate another of the greatest fighting teams in this lobby.
Yeah, and the Zone 3 just chunked so hard you could see Karma desperately trying to get in. He did a great job of laying down some spray, almost griefs Cody's game. The shots coming in from behind, great body blocking coming in from Awesome Tryhard, and he's literally just being a meat shield for his teammate right there as Karma gets finished there by Cody. The armor swap coming through, the heal coming through as well. That's a great teammate, and you could see that next level Apex that they're playing on Meowdy's side.
It's a Giga Chat play by Awesome Tryhard. I really, a lot of respect for being able to put your body on the line. Though Meowdy do still have to make their way a little further in and are eating shots from afar, they've got a great position to do so, having taken over the rotation that should have been ING's from earlier, that could have been Slepton's, and instead turning it on its head, making it their own. Speaking of Slepton, their last member now eliminated with ING already in the zone. Audi goes down to Awesome Tryhard as Meowdy pushed up just too clean, too quick.
Doesn't matter even if you're in that Mirage Ultimate, which, let's be honest, what does the Mirage Ultimate even do besides bamboozle you for a split second? I would love to see him get a little bit more invisible time. I think that would make Mirage very, very useful in certain situations, but that has to hurt. You were so close to the armor swap. There's the gold knockdown shield that Prob Garrett's trying to eat through with that wingman, and now they're just going to play it safe here on the Meowdy side. They can't overextend based on the time that's in the clock for the zone to be moving. They have to focus on their next spot, and the best thing to do, Dia, is, again, keep all that action in front of you, so going and throwing yourself into the middle of the fray, into the middle of the fight, isn't really going to work out. They need to go and play the slow edge of the zone. That's exactly what they're doing, playing as safe as possible. Spire Academy, another team, gets eliminated, but the team that takes them down is on the ropes. OVP now answers with a third party.
With Meowdy finding themselves next to a squad as well, we could likely see this whittled down from 6 to 4 very quickly should these fights continue, and they are around the rest of the map. Meowdy are not going to let up on this. They likely have the Singularity available, and there it goes right on top of the RV, right like we saw yesterday, with Garrett able to get a huge Arc Star on the inside, finding that nice damage to soften them all up for Cody. That's already 2 knocks in their favor, 1 to the nade even, and it is brute force that eliminates another squad, with Team Revenge coming up behind them. They've arrived to claim vengeance for the squad that fell before, and with Cody down, it is now the Uno reverse card. It's an easy push in for Team Revenge, and they end up eliminating Meowdy in 5th place, moving us to our top 3 squads.
You could see Cody doing the right thing there, realizing if he gets knocked or if anybody on the team gets knocked, they're going to be in a very tough situation. Unfortunately, Garrett goes down, and that forces the third party. A nice job infiltrating on over towards the trailer, but when you're already in the lead like this, you're just trying to scrape up a couple of points, right? You just need to continue to make sure that you're not getting a goose egg. That's exactly what Meowdy was able to do. More than enough points to continue to add to that overall lead that they have. And another nice team fight. But Team Revenge, this is what we've seen from them. A great job of predicting where the zones are going to go. We haven't seen their team fighting capabilities that much, but they know how to third party. They know how to get inside and skirmish with the best of them, well timed there. And we'll see if they can finish this game out, because they've had a very strong performance so far.
Viewers beware, though. ING is in the lobby still. Despite having lost one earlier, they managed to get him back up and now dominate the highest of high grounds in this zone. A really difficult rock to contest, and with Audi right on top of it as well, able to throw out decoys left and right. They can siege without anyone being the wiser. Sticks on this low ground, doesn't have a whole lot to do, and even with his duo right next to him, you've just got to avoid the nades, and there are so many of them. Is this a fuse or a mirage? What is going on? Audi's on the push, and there is not a whole lot you can do against this. Great bamboozles for those foozles, end up putting ING into the top 2 with one team left to take down.
And my favorite thing is the passive from Mirage, being able to get that invisible res, especially if you're able to give him a gold knockdown shield. There goes the Bamboozle going forward, the cover coming in from Dame. It's just a matter of time of when he's going to end up going for that res, and it doesn't matter. Champion squad, back-to-back games, ING with great performances so far.
That's what I'm saying. Mirage winning 2 games in a row on the last day of the Series E quals. Things are looking good for Season 6, I gotta say, because T-Squared, the fact that we are seeing this work to this level, and with this amount of polish as well, ING haven't been walking their way casually into these wins sort of on accident. They've been playing endgame zones really well to make this happen.
They really have, and you're seeing the kind of, again, order of operations that you need to go through Apex in terms of eliminating certain threats, focusing where your fire needs to go, taking your time in terms of realizing when you need to go for the res, when you don't go for the res. A lot of high-level plays coming in from this ING team, and it's impressive to win back-to-back games to start this thing. They are coming in swinging.
Team Revenge also really impressing me this game, since they rolled up on the third party in Overlook that was just so chaotic during the early game. They had a really good route into the end game circles and ultimately played a part, the biggest part, in taking out the squad that a lot of people would think would have won the games today. Meowny has gone out a little bit too early to be that champion squad twice in a row now, and a big part of that was due to Team Revenge and their willingness to push, the aggressiveness that they have even with this crypto squad.
Just such great use of the knockdown shield from Styx, winning that fight, hitting the battery throughout all of that. Would have really changed the trajectory of what this lobby would have looked like for Team Revenge if they get eliminated that early. And they had some great opportunities. It's just that rock that you talked about, Dia. Once ING took control of that, that's the god spot in that type of circle. We saw a couple other teams take that very early, but overall, ING playing really good right now. It's just a matter of who's going to stop them.
Impressive performances for the second time in 2 games. I'm sure we've got more as the next 3 are rolling up right after a word from Yeso.
We had 3 wins in a row from Meowdy just last night, and now ING just 1 win away from matching that feat as they have started incredibly strong here tonight. Back-to-back wins to start the day. Let's take a look at their performance here in game number 2 with our champion squad and see how they got it done, because of course they picked up that nice 20-point performance in game 1, and they top it this time around as they pick up 14 kills. Dame leading the way on that front, also with over 2,000 damage to their name. So really good game here for ING. And I think a really good point from T-Squared and Dia talking about them bringing this different composition forward, using the Mirage that is almost completely unseen across the competitive scene. You'll see things like the Lifeline pop up here or there, the Ash kind of common, the Crypto or the Rampart every once in a while, but Mirage is one of those picks that you almost never see, but ING has been using it very effectively here so far today, and we'll have to see if it can keep rolling as the day continues. But let's take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment here for the second game of the day, and it's going to be this absolute chaos here as Meowdy push in, and this was one of the most satisfying Arc Star explosions I've seen. Garrett peeks the door, throws the Arc Star in, and then you just get to watch as red appears all over your screen, and you get big gamer numbers all over the place. They're incredibly satisfying, and Meowdy absolutely dominate that fight. Though Revenge come in with a very quick third party here and clean up Meowdy in quick succession. So really solid timing here from Revenge to come in, clean up these few members. But the best part is hands down Garrett with the peak, with the Arc Star, and you just see everybody explode. Oh, it looks so good. It feels so satisfying to see that. You love to see it, and that's Meowdy taking out 10x in this game. And Meowdy just, you know, they've got to be feeling really good. Of course, today not going quite as they would have hoped. They went out outside of the top 10 in game 1, just outside, or just there inside of the top 5 here in game 2, but ultimately they've got to be pretty comfortable with the amount of work they got done through the first 3 qualifiers, and coming into tonight with that 80-point lead, they should be pretty satisfied with where they sit at this moment. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at that Mobile One leaderboard to see where all of our squads stand, and then T Squared and Dia will bring you all the action from game number 3.
Welcome back to Series E, folks. The games, the action continues here as Season 6 is just revving up. 2 games of our last day of qualifiers are down, and we're coming up on that third of 5. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where everyone's stacking up. ING, what do you think, Tom?
ING is looking like a team that could make it into Series E if they were playing like this the entire time. I mean, this is just impressive overall. Imagine having a Mirage in Series E consistently. And you know, what's great about the qualification process too is even if these teams don't qualify and make it as one of our partnered teams, I'm anticipating them to be in the open nights because they're here to grind it out. They're here to practice. Why play ranked towards the end of the split when you can get into these lobbies, compete for some cash, have some really high level Apex that you're going up against? This is what it's all about. So hats off to all of our teams that competed today throughout all of this qualification process as well, because there's a lot of Apex that's been played. There wasn't just these 5 games. There was teams and lobbies that were going on before this. They had to go through multiple lobbies just to get here to begin with. So again, really impressive performance based on how stacked these lobbies are. Yesterday it was the Meowdy show. Today it's the ING show.
And it is really nice and heartening even to see these players continue to recommit that amount of time, not just to getting better, but to improving the ecosystem that we already have going here at Series E. Players know that on those open nights, it's where you absolutely need to be in order to improve, and that to be a partnered squad and have access to facing off against professional teams is a gift unlike none other. So T-Squared, I am loving the commitment that we're seeing from these players to improving themselves and improving the scene as a whole. Everybody's learning so much, and it's very clear from the lobbies that we've got today. ING have really had that big come-up story, though, and while we have been focusing so much on Audi and their performance on the Mirage, I have got to give massive shout-outs to Yazix and Dame as well, who are working to actually make this pick function, because giving up a legend like a Seer, for example, doesn't come at no cost, and it is up to your teammates to be able to make this unique playstyle work.
Unfortunate starts in game number 2 and 3 for Ape. They lose out on the 50-50 over towards Thermal Station side. Detox now getting knocked, and Barry Veggieplex trying to win this 50-50 over towards the Countdown side. We talked about how Gao was able to just dominate, and oh my goodness, the grenade from the sky onto Light Star Joe for some serious damage.
I can't believe he's still up. Barry Veggieplex, by the skin of their teeth, still have 3 members in this, but have got to win this 3v3. It's their well, third attempt at it, and for right now, things seem to be going pretty well. Relay's got a good climb going and actually manages to infiltrate this squad's territory. Secret Agent Relay finds just that little bit of damage, but now has some assistance coming up from the back. He and Lightstar Joe collaborate to take down one, but Lightstar is still up against 3 players left. Gao seemed to be running Countdown with no contest.
And a little bit of disrespect right there, or maybe just some friendly fire, I guess you could say, onto the team that's trying to take them out. It was all about that nade, though, onto Lightstar Joe. That early into the game, you're forced to hit cells, hit syringes. You most likely don't have a med kit. Makes it very difficult to go and deal with. And even though they're able to control the middle area, which typically has the better armors, they weren't able to capitalize on the situation, even with the initial knock. Great job by Gao. And hey, anyone need a heavy mag? And Geyser, just saying.
yeah. We have got plenty. Please come by. As everybody has got an incredible amount of loot to use, or not, as the case may be. Geyser is fortunately, for a lot of these teams, not where the zone is ending. We're going up north again, which means that teams that didn't quite make it through our Overlook Fest now get to try their mettle going a little further north, up towards Survey Camp, and what is likely to be the train line is one of our most valuable positions. Down here on the south, Spire Academy, they've got a different value placed on this game, not one of positioning on the map, but of lives claimed during it. And with 17 squads left, we are soon to be whittled down. Hida go out, and we're into 16.
Nice job there from Spire Academy, putting on some serious pressure. We've seen them popping off in certain instances. Matt, especially on this horizon, has been a player to watch out for, and has one of my favorite setups, the R301 car, the R301-24 scope with the magazine is going to put in some serious work. Double automatic weapons, especially for horizon, because you're going up that lift, is just so crucial. And if you're even on controller, makes it just that much stronger. Crafting materials being picked up along the way. Actually, he missed that one. He flew right by the crafting materials without picking those up.
Doesn't even need them at this point. Get your butt into zone. See what you can do there. I am always really worried about running double automatic with the car because of how ammo hungry it is. If I'm going doubling up on ammo, it's a 30-30 and a G7 and the car as well. So, I mean, props for the confidence, because you have got to be taking people out if you want access to their ammunition.
He had around 400 ammo, so should be okay for now.
Yeah, probably.
It's all about having a good backpack, too, though. If you're running that with the gray backpack, not necessarily going to work. Now, Slept On, a little bit of a slow day based on how they're playing JQ. Man, it's like whenever we see someone with the Volt over towards staging, it's just automatic, and it's in the same spot. Excuse me, this is over towards the countdown area again. But this Volt over towards this close range type of fights have just been so dominant. It used to be a care package weapon. Now you can see why, as these players are putting it to serious work. JQ trying to stay alive. Gao now doing whatever they can to get Avix back into this game. It's going to be A1s with the black hole. Doesn't connect, but it's just buying time for both of his team, or both of him and his teammate, to go and heal throughout all of this. Double close range, so you really have to get in their face.
That's a really nice swap up, though, knowing that with the Volt, people are going to be trying to push up to you at close range. Gao actually have the opportunity to contest that. Now you do need to help out your friend, though. A1's getting angled on from height. Manages to survive without taking too much damage. Instead, Detox is really holding down the fort here, despite the arc stars that are raining in around them. Gao have got to get out of dodge, and it's a nice gravity lift that manages to let A1's evade that DPS and hopefully move a little bit further into the north, where things aren't as chaotic.
Atlas being taken down by ING. They continue their tear in this lobby, looking for back-to-back-to-back wins. Love the movement coming out from Detox and A1s, really avoiding that Seer ultimate. Going on over to potentially get the banner, too, at the right time. 8 seconds left on this one, but the shots are coming through, and it looks like they aren't going to be able to do so with multiple squads in the area. This is definitely the safe place. 7th place with 13 points. A lot of these points being taken in by ING, who on the kill feed is getting trades back and forth. So there's another fight happening besides here in Countdown.
Now, bots having lost out on Jalone was something that I didn't catch as we were processing that engagement. To see them at a disadvantage again could speak to another unlucky outing as, oh my god, it looks like ING are helping some other squads out with that great flank from Dame, and just a little bit more damage to finish this off if you're lucky. Great arc star placement to be able to assist on that, but he eats some of it themselves. Dame dropping down, goes out with who coming in for the third party, and for this very last kill that just cannot escape. 10x are down, we're into the top 11, and who have the best position in the lobby up on this train track?
Yeah, Christmas coming early there for who. 2 free kills, 2 squad wipes, and 6 loot boxes to go through. Armor upgrades, attachment upgrades, everything really coming into fruition with the timing right there. As Slept On gets eliminated, it's going to be Lilyco coming in with the double 30-30 action. It's going to be Adam and Lily with 2 30s. You don't really see that very often.
Really deadly at range, but surprising to see actually functioning in a lobby like this. Meowdy playing things from range themselves are just coming up through Fragment and do need to make their way, presumably through the epicenter area, though they've got options when it comes to being able to play the bridge around the outside near Climatizer as well. It will be an area that likely isn't prioritized nearly as much as places like Survey Camp, but one where they'll notably be running into other edge teams that are trying very much so to clean up squads on their rotations. And taking a look at the ring now, it seems like who have actually got a little further to go, with Chadamus Prime grabbing a great spot right in front of them.
Yeah, more action over towards the Skyhook side, though. You can see the aggression potentially coming through. The 2x wingman, not a fan of that, but McLovin making it work. If he can get a big Q, that's going to stop the healing. Doesn't connect as he was hoping for. Looks like my seer Qs. I swear, every time I throw that thing, it doesn't really go anywhere, but Detox goes down another 99 because of the Skull Piercer. McLovin putting in some serious work here.
It's overkill at that point to be able to use the wingman like that with the 2x hog as well. McLovin's rolling up on that last kill, but ends up stopping short because there's another squad in front of this squad. That was a terrible way to say that. In the train tracks. Buffet Assist do get the opportunity to reset, and of course, like all other teams, have the Valkyrie to reposition. But with this only being Zone 2, I'd rather see them take their time, move perhaps up to the north, and go through the train tracks that way.
And A1s is going to end up running into another team here very shortly, but McLovin with those shots, that was just so darn impressive. Everything was lining up for him in order to be able to even find the Heat Seek through the wall, lining up his reticle, getting ready, and you can see exactly how these players have mastered Seer and why Seer is just so strong in this meta. The ability to do so many different things, whether that's hit the scans through 75 meters, hit the scans with the Q, the exhibit ends up going down, and it just seems like it lasts forever. I'm looking forward to some Seer nerfs, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, next season, hopefully New Legend ends up solving a little bit of this. The counter scan is going to be really useful, especially if you're Chadamus Prime in a situation like this, where they are just being farmed for data, who, with this Seer alone, have managed to close so much of the gap, and Wave, almost going down, gets countered with Great Sword coming around to protect his teammate. It is still the knock on Wave, but Vize gets to cover them this time, picking up that end of the responsibility, and it's 2 knocks in the favor of who, almost a third, as Vize just is holding on by a thread with the patience of a saint, not pushing onto this low ground, onto this fence line where they know there is a free kill ahead.
Yeah, and there's another team directly behind Chadamus Prime. There goes the push coming through. I like the discipline from Vize not to overextend. Does have his missile swarm if he wants to maybe fly in the air or get onto the roof of that trailer and lay down some fire. But another team coming in from behind. This is Buff Aim Assist, and now the trailer not looking like the spot to be. 3 teams over towards this backhand side because this is where all the action's happening. This is where the zone's pulling as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's 4th and 5th teams coming.
Greatsword lived for such a long time, but Buff Aim Assist, they may have pushed a little bit too far. They lose McLovin to Awesome Tryhard, and that means Meowry's in the area, and things are about to get crazy. Meowry holding down this spot, one of the really sought-after ones in Climatizer end zones, have the whole fence line to play, and so much security when it comes to being able to play around the edge of this zone. Mastiff in hand, Garrett is here to pop some heads. With the knockdown shield just ahead, they're going to take a small reset, but make no mistake, Meowry are not done yet.
Yeah, they're just kind of waiting for the loot situation and the other possible res to come through. Now it's going to be an Arc Star play inside of the door. Greatly timed there. Gets the re-knock onto Greatsword. The gold knockdown shield is going to be tough to break through, though. So, again, they just have to take their time, make sure that they're not getting pushed in the back, and that's why the patience is so key. I'm sure Cody is hitting the scans directly behind him to make sure everything is okay, because you know Garrett wants to get in there with the Mastiff.
With just this pressure applied as well, Meowry have done so much. They've already gotten the Singularity out, and that means an offensive cooldown that could have been used to push onto their position was used just to get a teammate at 25 HP back into the game. Meowry still have angles on this fight, and with Buff Aim Assist waiting in the wings, they've got assistance from the other side of the map as well.
Can't believe this team inside of the trailer is still alive throughout all of this. There goes the exhibit coming in from Cody. The scan comes through as well. They still have a couple of grenades. The Havoc 2-4 with the turbocharger, just eating players alive over towards the door area. And now the hunt is on. It's just a matter of time before Garrett starts to push in with the Mastiff. Cody's checking for the armor swaps, but we know that those aren't going to be the armor swaps that he's looking for. It's a blue instead. Vize ends up going down. Also, Charlie looks like he wants to try to retreat and go for an armor swap of his own. They still have 3 to 4 boxes over here. Surprising that they didn't really set the armors down on the ground. Maybe a little bit of a misplay, but this trailer is seeing a lot of action. Vize's down, Waves down. Buff Aim Assist now getting hit over towards the back of Climatizer, and McLovin again gets taken down.
And that's a shot in the back as well. Who managed to claim one from Buff Aim Assist, and Meowry have baited this perfectly. It really is a game of cat and mouse for them, as having baited in Buff Aim Assist to this engagement, they now get some of those kills that come along with it. Pulling out the third party, making sure that they are in control before finally cleaning up both squads. I will say, Buff Aim Assist are still in this game, if not as a full 3-person squad, but Meowry have absolute control over this northernmost point, and Buff Aim Assist only have one member to challenge them.
See what you did there, Meowry? Cat and mouse. I got you, Dia. That was pretty fresh. You can, I'll dust your shoulder off for you on that one.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. Honestly, this game has really hit different with the puns, with the jokes, and I know that I got to step it up when I'm with UT Squared. That last, I think it was last week, when you made the joke about it looking like a nursery with everybody crawling around the ground. I still tell my friends about that. That was so funny, man.
Hey, we got to have fun with it, and these players are definitely having fun. The way that they've been able to play some serious high-level Apex, just so impressed with the way these teams have been performing. Meowry especially really turning up here in game number 3, and it was surprising to see them outside of the top 10. I believe they were in like 12th place after 2 games, which is just not their style of play. They won 4 out of 6 games yesterday, so this is definitely looking like the team that's going to be taking first place. Now they moved up to 7th place and 14 points. See if they can capitalize on their already great game so far here. And they don't have that many kills. It looks like they've been popping off so far. It's just been a couple of great plays from them. Again, goes to show you how stacked this final lobby is.
They are in an unfortunate situation out here towards the north, despite the fact that this particular spot that they've got is often really good in northern zones, but this particular one that heads a little bit more towards Climatizer, you wish you had a Wraith, an Ash, something to get you to close the gap a little bit more easily. A Valkyrie not going to cut it in this scenario, as shots from afar cancel the ultimate, forcing Meowry to run through the open ground and expose their lives to risk, just to try and get a little closer to the circle.
This may work out better for them, though, honestly, Dia, because if they were to take on over towards the sky, it's a blind rotation, and they were going to take damage from that charge rifle no matter what, but now they're stuck in a really tough spot against this wall. Cody trying to fight his way through. We've already seen him put in some serious work at the Havoc. Awesome tryhard taking the angles. Gao getting eliminated in 8th place. And now the push coming in from Awesome Tryhard. He has the black hole if he wants to use it, and that's exactly what he does on over towards the door. But they're just trying to find as many head glitches as humanly possible. They know that their backhand side is going to be covered, but no, one player sneaks across, maybe 2 players, and now they're pitched.
Garrett is so low right now, maybe 5 health on this player, but somehow kept alive by the members of Meowdy. An awesome tryhard who was working overtime to be able to cover angles for the rest of his teammates. Garrett still hasn't had the opportunity to heal up fully, and is actually running low on meds despite all of the boxes that they were able to loot on their way in. Meowdy got their work cut out for them. But you know what I'm looking at, T-Squared? I'm looking at that roof you were talking about earlier in Zone and Lava Siphon. If Meowdy can get there, this game could change.
Great missile swarm by the opposing team on the opposite side over here, and it's Matt with the R301. We saw him earlier over towards the tree side, pick that thing up with the 2-4. Gold res coming through with the knockdown shield for Cody. You love to see it, but the Arc Stars don't land in time. No Seer Q landing either, and the focus right now heavily on the Meowdy side. They're doing whatever they can to stay alive, and now it's just time to push. They said, you know what? Let's just go for it. There's not enough time to sit here. It hasn't been the spot. We've been getting a lot of damage from multiple angles, so they try to find a little bit of safe haven, and the aggression onto Yu-Gi-Oh! Works out for them.
That's a nice takedown, and one that's difficult to capitalize on. OVP are gone, but look at that. A team giving up the building to try and push on to Meowdy right now. Does almost end up being completed. Instead, called off, as I think they recognize this building and climatizer is going to be of a lot of value. I am still hoping that Meowdy managed to get themselves gravity lift onto the roof, and out it goes, finally having the time and space to get themselves this power position before the next zone closes.
Really smart use of all of their abilities there. You called for the grab lift. It happens directly in time. Not only that, they toss it a little bit forward so everybody understands what the play is going to be. And then all of a sudden, Seer ult to make sure that nobody else queues up on there because they're already weak and they haven't really established domination of this roof quite yet. And it'll also allow time for that to potentially come back for when the next zone's going to be. Awesome tryhard now looking for the grab lift onto Tyler, but he doesn't hit it across the wall. That could have sent Tyler into the air. A potential one clip there from Awesome Tryhard. So this is the Meowdy that we've known and loved throughout the qualification process. Now they're starting to heat up.
They're in control of this game and have a really difficult to challenge spot. Their main challenge is going to be those teams that play the outside of the fence line, as that's the one spot that you don't have great sight lines on. I love this creative use of the grab lift, though, to really ruin someone's day. Team Inferno! Oh, my heart hurts for them.
That is a tough situation there. Hey, Tryhard, he missed it the first time, but he's got that gold helmet. The grab lift came back so quickly throughout all of that, and I love the way that Meowdy's playing right now. They fought out of such tough positions. They had their skyward dive canceled. They had to play against the fence line, take a fight against the opposite wall, and now they take the dominant position on this roof.
And they've played endgames so well. I can only imagine that what is to follow will be a masterclass in how to play things out from the roof when a squad is right below you. It's an ending style that has claimed so many lives in Series E. When everybody's got to leave the building at the same time, who actually comes out on top? It comes down to chaos so often. Can Meowdy solve that puzzle for us right now, live in the third game on the last day of qualifiers? We'll find out very soon, because they have got choices to make. This ring is going to start pushing them in, and this roof ain't going to be safe for too much longer.
And Cody's exhibit comes up right now. He has that Seer ultimate if he wants to go and use it, but they are going to go and play the low ground because they understand the situation that if they stay on the roof, they're not going to be in a good spot. They're going to be one of the first teams that has to drop, so they go and take the low ground over here, try to control the window as well, which is extremely key. And now you have a 3-team stack with another team against the opposite side looking at all the action in front of them. This is going to be a tough spot for Meowdy to come out of, especially with the scans going all over the place.
They were spotted by Zero Marksman first, and that's the team on the second floor. Meowdy still have their fate in the hands of the squads around them. Arc Stars are causing some trouble, and Cody takes a spot that is simply not safe, leading Prob Garrett to death. An awesome tryhard, barely alive at the end of this, is going to have to play his life for as long as he can. It's 4 squads left, and awesome tryhard wants to try and make at least that top 3, get a few more points from Yachty, and seems to be able to do it with the cover of this gold knockdown shield. Out goes that singularity. Steamrollers are down, but the focus finally goes on to Meowdy, and with Spire Academy coming down from on top, surely Zero Marksman bite the dust here. Moonshine could do nothing against the Eva, trapped in this shipping container, and Spire take the 3rd game of the day.
Really nice positioning there from Spire. The timing was key in terms of realizing that all the teams were fighting, also focusing awesome tryhard on over towards the side. The presence of mind to find out where that black hole was coming from was very cleanly done, and I'm becoming very impressed with Matt. I think that Matt's shots are, very explosive. The way that he was able to one-clip numerous players throughout that game. Again, we saw them land on over towards the tree side. Their positioning over towards the tail end of the game makes them understand, hey, you can have control of that roof. Everyone can sit inside a climatizer, but we have the God spot again, keeping all of the action directly in front of them, but also executing at a high level towards the tail end.
And we saw that chaos that we were expecting, I dare say, play out right in front of us. When everybody has to leave the building at the same time, it is so hard to stay in control, even for arguably the best team that we've seen during the qualifiers so far. Meowdy lost a little bit of control, but they gained so much more that game in terms of the points advantage that they had at the start. It was really impressive to watch them get right back on it and play a massive part in taking out teams like Buff Aim Assist that are right below them.
Yeah, Meowdy started to heat up, and you can see what their play style really is. They play a strong positional game, but they have great patience, and they play a passive-aggressive type of style. And I love the way that they're able to, again, focus when they need to and use the abilities at the right time. You see the grab lift go out over towards the roof as we take a look at some of these replays. That was a really inspirational win there over Fergal. I mean, they're going to be so confident over these next 2 games for when this 50-50 goes down, and they're facing one of the strongest teams that we have in this lobby for that fight. And this is what we talked about early on. Matt over towards the tree side, really starting to heat up with that 2-4X. He held on to that R301 the entire time.
And the fight over the trailer that we just got to see the start of there was arguably one of the better parts of the game for me, watching how Meowdy, Buff Aim Assist, and Who navigated that. But I know that we're not the only people who are watching these games intently. We've got you guys at home, and we've got Yeso on the desk. So let's hear from him as to how that went.
We've seen a handful of great moments from Spire Academy through the first couple of games, and they're able to bring it all together here in Game 3 and grab a nice victory in that one. Good point, though, by T-Squared. Meowdy is heating up, and they're just looking to keep Buff Aim Assist at bay, as it seems like they have maybe officially locked up that first place spot with just a couple of games to go. But let's take a look at Spire Academy's performance here from this 3rd game of the day, and they pick up just a solid performance here. 6 kills, everybody contributing on that front, and Matt leading the way in terms of the damage. Solid game here from Spire Academy. Good positional game, getting themselves in the right placing to clean up those final fights, and it's a really good win that they're going to feel solid about here. Let's jump, though, right into a third party from Who here with our Mobile One high performance moment. Of course, Who, one of those squads up in the top 3, trying to get things going, and we start it with ING, of course, coming off of the back-to-back victories, but they've got Yazix down, and they go in for the push here and get that initial knock, but it doesn't go quite as well as they would have hoped, as that knock onto Adavan comes through, and now it leaves Dame all by their lonesome, and that Arcstar slowing things down. And while Dame does go down here, it's really Who you have to worry about, because they come rolling in on the train tracks, get the angles, clean everybody up, and you can just see that kill feed filling up so quickly. So, a solid start for ING, especially with one player down. But the problem is it just takes too long, and this squad able to play around the knockdown shields, keeps them alive long enough to where Who is able to slide in, wipe up all the scraps here in this fight, and take these teams out. This is just a solid timing here again from Who on this fight. Spire Academy with the win, however, to close off that run from ING. We still have 2 games ahead of us tonight. Will Meowdy finally pick up their first dub of the night? Do we see a resurgence from Buff Aim Assist late in the day, or are ING and Spire Academy going to continue to top the charts? We'll find out when we come back.
Listen up, esports should be for everyone. That's why Esports Arena's launched our own tournament series called Player vs. Everyone, where you get to compete at multiple different titles, multiple different locations, whenever you want. Just watch this and check it out. I believe we have the best Apex Legends PvE player. Oh, I think he's close to breaking the record. Best Apex Legends player in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Whoa, whoa, Tyler, hold up a second. We got someone out here in Salt Lake about to smash the record. What'd I tell you? Salt Lake City every time.
PvE has something for everyone. Here in Miami, we absolutely crush it at Mario Kart. Come to the final part. Oh, there we go. And that's going to be the top score for the day. See if you can beat that on the leaderboard.
The day's not over yet, Luke. Here at Esports Arena Cincinnati, we have somebody who's going to beat the Mario Kart record. So close. But the good news is you can always try again.
That's PvE in a nutshell. So find your nearest Esports Arena because it could be you atop the leaderboard. See you later.
Series E qualifier for game number 4. It's starting very soon. ING in the lead. Zero marksman. Anything to say, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, hey, we got to take a look at the cumulative leaderboard when this is all said and done, because that's what really matters. Obviously, ING with a great start, but Meowdy, they had a huge lead. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what this is all about, this is the final day of the qualification process, and you want to be at that top of that leaderboard. That's going to secure you a spot no matter what to get onto one of these partnered teams. It's just a matter of which partner at this point is Meowdy going to be involved in, because with 2 games remaining, mathematically, we don't think that anybody else can catch up, but there's still more Apex to be played. It's going to be possible landslide zone. You can see landslide completely unoccupied as well, so there's going to be a lot of loot coming over there and a lot of fighting on that platform.
Another zone that I think, much like Climatizer, though in a different way, is very difficult to play. Landslide has a lot of spaces for teams to coexist, but they're much more skill-intensive than, say, holding down in a building for a lot of our teams. And add to that the fact that it's relatively central on the map, we'll see an entirely different rotation plan come out of teams like Berry Veggieplex that are still alive right now. Gao are going for it, but this is by far the longest that Berry Veggieplex has survived in a single game today.
Great armor is coming in from both teams, and they have a decent amount of resources in terms of the ammo. You can see the scout and the car. This is going to be Gao's point of view. The spray from Detox, extremely on point with the 2-4. And oh man, just about 20 HP left on that player. Detox going to go for the heal. A1's also hitting a cell throughout all of this too, but now Detox is a little bit split from his team, so if they want a full send over towards the side, they could, and they may not have the angle to go and do so. Smart play from Detox to realize the situation. He gets back over towards the squad.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they try and continue fighting this out. It was a great initial bits of damage from Gao, but now that they've taken a reset, both teams should be healed up, and it'd be a risk to push it any further. Berry Veggieplex evidently thinks so as well. They're gone. They've pulled a magic trick out here, and moving towards Lava Fisher should be all right to be able to get this zone scan, because the team that landed here, you would expect to be gone by now.
They just haven't really had a chance to play the game, so I like this. Back off. 2 points is not even close to what their actual skill level is going to be. A little bit of, yeet action coming in from Stick Drift OP. They haven't been able to pick up any points quite yet. Surprising considering the talent and caliber that this squad has. I don't think Flinzar has realized that another player has dropped directly next to him. There goes the spray, and Zero Marksman being taken out over towards the Overlook side.
That's a surprising turn of events for what you talked about as a squad that I think a lot of people will know if you watch Tier 2 Apex, but having sat in 20th place up until now, to see them take a fight up against Zero Marksman, who are also an incredibly strong skirmishing team, and win it out very suddenly, is a surprising thing to happen, and a wrench thrown into the plans for not just Zero Marksman, but likely a lot of other teams that will be expecting Zero Marksman to rotate characteristically from their spot in Overlook, something that suits Stick Drift OP probably will have a different approach to.
Now we're going towards the thermal station side, which we've seen a lot of 50-50s happening off of the rip. OVP taking some decent damage. It's going to be the gold cells coming through, which I'm a big fan of that gold armor over the purple any day of the week. Matt with the R301 back in hand. We'll see what he's going to be able to do with it.
I mean, you've been calling out this player all day. Matt's been going crazy, and right now, it is just a matter of pushing folks off of your high ground. It is a stereotypically strong position in Thermal Station that Spire Academy are fighting for, and evidently have won the skirmish over, but it isn't going to be in our second zone. Not even close, in fact. So Spire Academy, knowing this, still have a ways to go, but want these kills before anything. Horizon comes right back at them, and Matt takes to the sky, pulling out a nice bit of damage, but losing a teammate as Aragu has fallen down, and Matt still hasn't gotten that knock that he was looking for. Natty's gotten one in the meantime, though, and finally teammates are starting to fall. It's Natty that's the last one left standing, and it's a nice cleanup from Spire Academy that ultimately still leaves them at the mercy of Buff Aim Assist coming around the back and likely finding this knock in the tunnel where there is nowhere to run.
Yeah, not just the knock, it's going to be the flush because 2 players are already down. You can see the scan through the wall. Spire Academy getting eliminated winners from the previous game. Buff Aim Assist second overall on the accumulative leaderboard, picking up some much needed points. And I like the Kraber, the first round one closing Kraber, okay? All right, you get a 25% chance of getting a weapon out of the care package. I'm not even going to do the math on the amount of weapons that there actually are and do the total percentage on what the Kraber would be. Killfeed going nutty. Ape is out. Atlas out. Tanax out as well. And this is the pace that you see in game number 4 and 5 a lot of times with players and teams understanding the mathematical situation. You need to continue to play aggressive if you want to catch up, and that's exactly what we're seeing from teams like Shadow's Prime.
Yeah, the top left corner does have the info for you guys, though, and just in case you're tuning in now and going, oh, why is this pace picking up in game number 4? There are 6 games. There are not. There are only 5 today, and so this one, as that penultimate, does have the extra stakes that do tend to push the pace of the game a little bit faster. Slept on, one of those teams that really can benefit from a faster state of the game, have already found nice damage, and an isolated member of ING. Audi is down, and now, with the Horizon Grav Lift still in their pocket, taking a 2v3 should be simple for this squad.
That's big because Goat could go for that armor swap right there, but most importantly, taking down Audi so he can't ping where exactly you're located is key throughout these situations. Now, Who taking the high ground over towards the Skyhook side. We've got 3 teams in the area. Now, everyone trying to skedaddle and scoodle on out of there. Dame gets down. Next, one player from ING is going to remain, but we know Slepton's still in the vicinity.
I don't know if Who knew exactly what they were getting into, but they have certainly found their way around. They've got a member so ridiculously close. Nice call out by Wave to get some help eliminating ING. Slept on, having been robbed of their KP, though, are now on your roof and certainly thirsty for revenge, as the Prowler at close range is not something to be messed with. Not against Karma, certainly. Slept on have already taken down Wave and now continue their rampage through the rest of this building without even giving a second to Karma to heal. They take down Greatsword and leave themselves with one member of Who left.
Psycho just so close to being able to survive there. Fake res coming in from Goat. You have another player directly above them if they want to go and push that one. The knockdown shield being used. Karma going for the medkit. He's buying time to go and heal. Another team coming in. This is the 4th or 5th team now making their way on over towards the Skyhook side. You have Gao. You also have Stomps and his team coming in from behind, so we're going to see a huge battle continuing on top of this respawn building.
That one gets that knock as well. Slept on are gone, wiped off the face of the map, and in Skyhook of all places, not the focus of the ring at all, but one that's attracted so much attention from teams that landed there, landed nearby, and heard the shots. Whatever the case may be, it's cursed so many of our teams to the point that we've only got 12 of them left, and Shadow's Prime want to whittle that down even more. Steamrollers have already been eliminated before this fight kicks off in earnest, and Damn ends up taking a knock inside of this train tunnel, whittling us down even further to 11, and Jalone wiped off the map.
Shadow's Prime putting in some serious work. Nice job with the devotion, the unsung weapon that we haven't seen in so long being utilized right there. And people forget how strong this weapon used to be. Charge rifle in the back for slacking. This is where the zone is going to pull. We saw early on in the map that this was an uninhibited POI, so there should be a lot of loot on over here. But I'm shocked that nobody has really started a giant fight in this POI. I feel like once this fight starts to kick off, if Shadow's Prime puts pressure on, the game is going to end here. So just expect 3rd and 4th parties to roll through.
I gotta ask, Tom, I mean, when we're playing Landslide, such a difficult POI to move into in the mid and late game, what's your favorite spot to be able to play from? Is it the high ground where so many people focus you? Is it a choke point where teams can run up behind you? How do you solve this puzzle?
I would say the train tracks going forward, kind of like rotating out, and you can see where Tyler and INF are going to be. Controlling that area, kind of coming in from that backhand side, is really key. Any type of those train track areas are going to be really, really good to go and lock down. Obviously, when the zone starts to shrink, the high ground is going to be a very powerful spot, but with the 30-30s, the scouts, the charge rifles, the amount of sniper rifles that are inside of the meta right now, you can't get there so early, and that's what we're looking at right now as a skyward dive is going to be happening over towards the countdown side. Team Revenge is in the vicinity, but that's a great question. There's a lot of different options that you can go and hold. Now, you can also hold in the lower area towards the Volt, that could be a potential good spot. Even where Team Revenge is, you know, you're not that far from the rotation coming forward too. So as long as you just, again, have a safe spot that's on the high ground, you're not stuck in any of these low ground situations, you're going to be in a good spot.
I mean, especially with the Watson fences, I have to agree with you. Revenge's position does feel really nice right now, especially if you're landing shots like that. Detox goes down as almost an afterthought in Styx' sights, but Carlon gets traded real quickly as well, and it's time for Revenge to put up a stand, what could be their last, since Styx' shields are shredded, and they haven't gotten Carlon back into the game yet. Great interrupt from the Seer, preempting that res. Still sticking it, loses one, and with Styx down, a 2 versus 2, even that gold knockdown shield isn't saving him. Lily is not long for the world, and Team Revenge are out.
Gao is saying nobody comes over to Countdown. This is our spot. They are virtually undefeated fighting over towards this POI. That was impressive, especially considering that they had to knock players multiple times with the gold bag. But this is the spot that I was talking about, Dia. If the zone is going to end over towards landslide, this yellow trailer is just a dominant position overall. And we see teams like Liquid really lock this down when they rotate over towards the skyhook area. TSM loves this spot as well. A lot of different cover and areas that you could hold throughout all of this. Barry Veggieplex for the first time now being able to play the game after losing out on these 50-50s over towards the Countdown side. That's the team that's Gal's been virtually picking on, and now more picking is happening as Vize gets involved. Barry Veggieplex out. Tyler, he's down. Vize picking up kills with this Kraber as the solo.
He's a one-man army! Vize even wants to take this fight. He's done enough damage that it's absolutely feasible. But in a 1v2, even Vize's got to play things safe. With the Valk, you have unprecedented access to safe positions. And even now, Kraber in hand, he could get this knock easy peasy. Scan is out, and Vize just doesn't quite get the trigger pull in time. But Meowdy certainly might, since they're rocking up on this. And we know that there's just a two-man squad ahead of them. Maybe not even that if Garrett has anything to say about it.
Great shots there from Garrett, taking the high ground and forcing Tyler down over towards the lower bridge area. There goes the Q coming in from Cody as well. And Meowdy, while it hasn't been the best performance overall, this is really what they were looking for. Just a couple of points on the board to secure themselves this first place spot. Garrett has an arc star if he wants to go and use it, but just a matter of time before they hunt down this final player. Tyler gets thirsted. Meowdy now taking the armor swaps that they need. 9 batteries overall for Awesome Tryhard. Zone 3 is going to be closing. They need to get back out over towards that top where Cody is already located. So just going to be a simple grab lift play coming in from Awesome Tryhard. Garrett can fly in as well. Even if the zone does start ticking them, they're going to be A-okay. And they can just make their way from train track and train cart to train cart. And that's exactly what they do. Cody leading the way as he's scanning and making sure nobody is coming on over towards the Meowdy side. Great spray and backing off from Awesome Tryhard as well.
All this open space claimed by Meowdy and the Kraber that Cody had the time to pick up, really surprising me with the fact that he's able to access that death box while all this was going down. Now, they've got the opportunity to not just influence the lobby from a position of power physically, but with one of the strongest endgame weapons that you can have, especially when it comes to the way that Meowdy like to play these fights in the endgame. Forcing squads together, knocking one and then backing off. The Kraber can do that so much more easily, and the space that they control is simply unrivalable.
Nice look at the mini map to find out where these players are going to be coming from. Polar Bear as a solo flying on over where the zone's going to be, trying to find some safe haven. He's not going to find it over towards the Countdown side. Excuse me, that's a duo. Bokiyu is along there with them. They're trying to find out where they can go and hit this respawn. You can see the respawn beacon very close as Buffet Assist gets taken down. That's Garrett fighting another kill.
Ooh, Hida landed entirely too close to Gao for my comfort, I'll be honest. The res is being stuck, though, and so they'll get a third player back into this. God knows whether you'll be able to get a gun before Gao end up wiping you out. As you already mentioned today, T-Squared, they're not too keen on allowing folks to coexist with them, and with Obsessed making their return into the lobby, it's a good thing that you've got Bokyu on your team to make sure that you are nice and safe on the landing. Obsessed has access to the death boxes now of Team Revenge right in front of them, and Hida have a different exit than Gao. As long as they can hold on and Countdown for the moment, they can ultimately disengage by just jumping off right ahead of Obsessed.
You love to see Obsessed getting back into this game. Very ballsy skyward dive into the respawn, but you love to see your teammates getting your back, especially with only 2 games remaining now. Gao coming out of that countdown area, trying to add aggression. Big missile swarm coming in from Detox, but they're inside of the zone. They cannot over pursue this. They have a good little spot to play, and they need to make sure that they watch their back. So I love the discipline coming in from Detox in this Gao squad. Across from them is going to be Meowdy. Those were the players that they were landing damage on, but both teams have a good spot in the zone, so they could end up griefing each other. We have 5 full squads here. You can see 15 players alive overall, so they need to be, again, watching their backs, making sure that when this zone closes, no one is directly behind them. Adam picking up where he left off, and that's going to be Sick Drift OP going down. A couple kills going on over to Slacking, and Lotta Ida getting eliminated as well. So while this is happening, this is an opportunity for these two teams to fight, but they're just kind of posturing back and forth at the time.
Chadamus Prime are going to arrive here soon. That's a big crack from Cody, and it's go time for Meowdy if they want to clean this up before they get company. Garrett is down, though, and having lost 1. Yes, Meowdy get these 3 kills, but can they recover in time? Chadamus Prime are looking for them, and it's going to be up to Awesome Tryhard without ult on this horizon to peel for the rest of the squad. They've got that visual disruption in front of them from the black hole, and Garrett has been picked back up again, has the shields, has the health, and hopefully has what it takes to take down Slacken, who's already low, who is down to Prov Garrett. Meowdy pull that Uno reverse card out with just 1 member of Chadamus Prime left. It's gonna be game 4 that goes to them.
Meowdy, they want chicken, they want dinner, they want a spot in Series Z, Dia, and they're gonna get it. Cody, Awesome Tryhard, Garrett, they are absolutely nutty with it. Take a bow, Garrett, because that should be more than enough, if it wasn't already before the day started, to secure first place overall.
And that kind of fighting, that kind of end game is why Meowdy is built so different. Gao, though, really impressing me with the way that they managed to maneuver their way to 3rd. I think that's their best performance so far, especially when we consider that they've gotten 9 points over the course of today, that last one being the only game where they didn't fully eliminate Berry Veggieplex in the early game. They should be in a nice place in the standings.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the way that these teams are playing on over towards the countdown side again, taking down Berry Veggieplex, I think their team is. Can we get easier team names in here next time for the next qualifiers? That'd be great.
You missing Perspicacity a little bit?
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
Yeah. It's not just the names that have been crazy. The plays early on, they give it to us as well. Spire, they got pretty aggressive early on outside of the zone, and I think quite rightly so, with so many teams in the area, ended up going down despite the fact that they had a good opener. It was that story for so many teams on their way into this landslide area that, as you recognized, very difficult to play. Meowdy doing the same thing that you would called for, however, and playing the slow side, this train line that allows them access to all the open ground. It was something that I think teams like Buff Aim Assist, like Spire, were going for, but that they just didn't have the patience to be able to pull off when it came to the mid and late game.
Nice job from Buff Aim Assist coming and finding that final player right there, but you're seeing, again, high-level Apex coming in from not just Meowdy, ING, teams like Buff Aim Assist. Everybody in this lobby is really popping off, and I, again, have to tip my hat to the quality of Apex that we've seen throughout this entire qualifier.
One last game for us to see it as well before we determine who will be our partnered squads going into Season 6. Before we hit that last game, let's hear what Yesa's got to say about the quals.
Couldn't agree with you more, Tom. The qualifiers have been so compelling to watch. A lot of great teams, a lot of squads that maybe we haven't seen before in other competitions like Series E or in the Pro League qualifiers coming in and impressing us, and I'm definitely enjoying it so far. And it makes me very much look forward to what we're going to get this season, because a lot of these squads aren't going to make it into the Series E partnership, but they're going to be coming back Tuesday night after Tuesday night to come and compete on open night to try and grab some cash and hopefully get ready for that opportunity the next time around to try and qualify for Series E. So it's just a nice little teaser for what we can expect to see all throughout the season. But we have to talk about Meowdy here, because it was only a matter of time before they grabbed themselves a win, and they got a solid one here, a nice 26-point showing as they pick up 14 kills for themselves. And interestingly enough, Awesome Tryhard, who has been very consistently the focal point of this team throughout the qualifiers has been that big pop-off member, taking a bit of a step back this time around in the kills department and damage, but Cody and Garrett step forward, fill in, and do a great job. Garrett leading the way with those 7 kills. Cody with the most damage, just short of 1,700. So, excuse me as I get a little hiccup there. Meowdy with just a really good performance in this game, and it's going to take us to our Mobile One high performance moment as we get ready for our final game of tonight. And we're going to the late game, and it's Cody chilling with the Kraber in hand. Good scan through there on that Seer as Garrett goes for the push, and the cleanup is just nice here from Cody on the flat line. Able to go for the res, has awesome tryhard there for the support to keep eyes on the other squad here, and with that gold res, able to get or not with the gold res, excuse me, the armor swap there. Garrett's able to get up, be pretty healthy, ready to go for this fight, and this is just good, clean execution from the part of Meowdy, and it's what we talk about so often. These decisive fights in the late game are so important because it changes the complexion of these third parties. If you go in for a fight as that initiator with 3 squads left, and you can be decisive, then you're coming out and able to quickly react to a potential third party. But if it gets a little too bloody, it opens up that opportunity for the other squad to come in, challenge, and clean you up. But this is just so good from Cody cleaning up these last couple of kills that they're even able to get off a res here before the other squad can get in and respond. So very important finish to this fight from Cody, and it's how Meowdy earned this victory in the end of game 4. So just well played there from the squad as we come back here into the studio. We've got one final game, our last one of our qualifiers here for Season 6. We'll have all the action for you and our final leaderboards when we come back.
When the chicken is this crispy and this tasty, it doesn't matter what else is for dinner. Tyson crispy strips are so delicious, they'll be your favorite part of every meal. More crispy chicken, more family faves, more to love. Tyson.
The last game of Series E Season 6 qualifiers is about to kick off, and T-Squared, before we jump into it, I want to take a look at that Mobile 1 leaderboard because it provides the all-important context that we need for today's games. Meowdy, who have been in the lead on the larger scoreboard up until now, aren't even in the top 3 for today's games. Instead, that spot held by ING.
Yeah, and again, hats off to the competitors today because this is not easy to go through this amount of qualification process and play at a high level consistently. But we've seen consistent high level Apex the entire time, whether it's ING. We have a lot of different team compositions that we're seeing. We have Newcastle's in here. We have a lot of different play styles too. But the one play style that we're seeing is King is aggressive team fighting. You cannot play scared inside the buildings, and teams that are playing scared are getting capitalized on.
Certainly so, and that has to do with really the high mechanics that a lot of these players have, especially those on our top squads. It doesn't just come down to zone knowledge as much as that's what I love to talk about when we get into end games, but a lot of it also comes down to how far you're willing to take risks in early games to have those games that you do win end up being insane games. And, well, speaking of things that are perhaps a little bit out of the ordinary, I'm looking at the compositions from this game. How about you?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit interesting over here. Steamroller is going for a grief, and I like it. See, we talked about going all in. If you're going to go for the grief, you go for the full grief here. You don't go Valkyrie as your third legend. Crypto. Ash, Revenant, Crypto. You love to see it. I think Octane's a little bit better than Ash in this instance. You even go Ash, Octane, Revenant too, but Crypto is going to be really nice in these situations when you hit that death totem. Make sure that you stagger it so you can get the maximum time overall. But this is, again, the Meowdy victory lap. One of the things that you notice is there's 19 squads in here. You didn't see teams slept on, load in. Difficult qualification process for them. It makes you wonder if they would have beaten ESA in the ALGS qualification process, what would have happened? And I feel like that's for them when they really started to kind of get a little bit hurt mentally, because you can see they are in 13th place today. That's not even close to the skill level that this team is. Hopefully we see them continue to fight through, go through next season's qualification process. I want to see them in the open nights. I really hope that they continue to grind it out against Psycho, one of the creators of one of the best discords to go and find games if you are rated that Masters Predator level. Shot to him and his squad for a very tough fought month or so of Apex. Now we're on board with Who over towards the Overlooks, or excuse me, the No Name side. Looking like they maybe want to have a little scuffle over here, but I don't see anyone in the player outlines, so they could be tripping harder than me right now.
Yeah, it has been a journey for a lot of these teams, and as you allude to, with the sort of lack of focus that some of these teams could have, right, seeing players where they're not, these games, and moreover the fact that you've gone through 4 days of them, have been really tiring. It's why we see teams like Slept On dropping out a little bit early, knowing that they're unlikely to qualify, and instead, I think, taking a well-deserved break. 8, however, they're pushing it to the next level, swinging like Tarzan from these buildings. It's Carson, who on the inside, on the Pathfinder, moreover, has got to clutch it up against the last member of Team Revenge, and actually doesn't get the chance to do so as 10X came in for that third party.
Yeah, 10X going to shut that one down. Expect a pretty fast-paced lobby overall, as Vizay going to get a knock with the Scout as well. It's multiple fights taking place right off the rip over here. This is what we anticipate, with everyone really doing the math, trying to finish in the cash and trying to get as many points as possible in the final game. Berry Veggie Plex, rough go at it. They have not been able to get out of countdown a majority of the times. The previous game is when they made it out, but they didn't even get past landslides, so they've only been to 2 POIs in 5 games.
They finally found themselves again, though, in that survival position that they had against Gao last game. Unfortunately, one got caught out, and a nice arc star barely stops that from being a knock. With another peek, A1's actually finds the first knock onto Skinny Veggie Ninja, and now Gao have an opening. Though they do have to push into this closed building, the numbers advantage should be enough, but Ave gets taken down by the flames, and ING are coming in from the back. We could see Gao going down first if they're not careful. Berry Veggie Plex gets finished off, Gao claiming those kills, and ING very suddenly have to reposition, as another squad may have pushed them off. Either way, whatever the case may be, they're leaving.
Everybody gets to countdown just immediately. That's where the zone's going to be pulling. That's where the fights and 50-50s are taking place. We have 4 or 5 teams already located over here, and if you couldn't grief anymore, well, say hello to the 4.8 charge rifle with Watson setting up over here as well. And there's the knock coming in from behind, and you can see why ING was trying to dip out.
That crack signals the doom of yet another squad as well. We know this is a duo ahead of us, and Tyler is going to apply a little bit more pressure with the scan, and then his body walking directly at the enemy. There is not a whole lot that you can do in a situation like this. The RV that you're huddled behind barely allows the Valks to take off, and I'm watching that kill feed to see if we drop, heading over to Skyhook, where you and I have both seen more people reside. It is not going to be an easy journey, even for the last remaining member. Rev totems going off in Geyser, chaos continuing across the map. This is going to push us from 15 squads down a whole lot further pretty darn soon.
Not gonna lie, I wish that every game was kind of like our final games here in Series E, because everyone just full sends it as we have buff aim assist coming in with McLovin on the Octane. Multiple Rev totems are going to be thrown down. As you can see, Key now trying to survive as long as possible. He's out of the Ghosty, and now what an opportune time to go and play Revenant, right? Halloween right around the corner, coming up on Monday. Got Locks tossing out a couple of silences inside the hallway. Also, an Arc Star stick is going to end up backing them off just a little bit. Some more Arc Stars to buy some more time as well. Key being taken out on over towards the side, and unfortunately for them, it looks like we could see the end of buff aim assist unless they can do something spectacular.
Whenever Meowdy rock up, I start counting out squads that are in the area. Once they found that kill on Key, you know that another squad is going to bite the dust. They've got a little bit of a squirrel moment as they spot a res ship in the distance and could split their attention there for some nice, easy cleanup. Meowdy play things safe and instead are going to stay around Geyser looking for these additional kills as Steamrollers get back into the game, dropping down masked once more on the Ash, and a combination that I really like.
Yeah, likewise. I think that this is a very powerful team composition, but Revenant is one of the least picked legends overall. Meowdy now taken on over towards the high ground. Exhibit is going to end up going down, and there goes the Q. The silence over towards the door. You love to see it. Arc Star hitting as well, and that silence lasts forever.
Meowdy may have gotten a little bit too handsy in this scenario. Chatamus Prime, they're gone, but in 14th place is not where Meowdy wants to finish off this game. They got nice peaks, though. Double peaks on the stairs, and Masked going down to the low ground was a mistake that they will not live to repeat. Atlas are down, 13 squads left, and Meowdy want to push it even further. The pace of the game, though, is insanity, as there are so many teams leaving us so quickly. Awesome Tryhard drops down once again, taking out Steamrollers, finishing the job that they started minutes ago, and finally giving Meowdy the KP that they much needed.
Team Inferno gets dropped by ING. Cody going for the heals. The great thing about fighting over here over towards Grandma's house is even if you get thirsted, there are 2 respawns in the area. Nice job focusing the Ash on over the stairs. You hit the nail on the head, Dia. A little bit of a mistake to go and drop down right there. Looks like their team wasn't on the same page as now we have bots with an interesting composition. Jalone, we've seen do some amazing things with the Volt in his hand. Has the Wingman Volt combo, and they're on the hunt towards the back of Thermal.
Oh man, can you say identity crisis with this comp? I see the Octane, the Lifeline, and the Rampart put together, and well, I like it. It's going to be fun to watch. Rampart's actually been getting a lot of value recently, especially in EMEA T-squared, and I am looking forward to seeing this be debuted on the Pro stage once Pro League starts up soon. This will be its debut in Series E Season 6, however, with Stomps finding that initial knock with Sheila and turning it into some KP for bots.
And Lifeline is pretty solid in these situations, too. I mean, even though Lifeline isn't the strongest legend overall, you're still able to get some good resets. There's a little bit of a BM happening on over towards the side. But Rampart is strong with Newcastle specifically. You can get a lot of head glitches going forward. You have double walls, and it makes it impossible to really challenge that type of situation. But Rampart does have a pretty high skill gap, and I think that people really haven't utilized for as much as they really have other legends when when the legend first gets introduced. OVP now on the run. That's awesome try hard. And like you said, once Meowdy smells blood, they continue to attack. You can see Awesome Strider immediately tosses down the black hole. That's going to separate the players from the knocked player as well. And that's all she wrote for Yu-Gi-Oh! Meowdy really picking it up over the last couple games.
And even though we're playing with anonymous mode on, you see the black hole come down, and you may not know that it's Meowdy, but you have to assume. So many of our teams have been felled by these giants over the course of the past 3 days of qualifiers, make it almost 4 at this point, that when you see somebody W-keying at you with this Horizon, Seer, Valk squad, you have to assume the worst, and Meowdy certainly are the worst thing that can happen to almost any squad as you're rotating into zone. 19 seconds left. We're moving up pretty quick, and Meowdy do have some ground to cover as they need to get up towards Fragment. But zone 2, you can also tank for a little while, and their meds should allow them to clean up a few more kills before they absolutely need to start walking.
One team that hasn't changed their composition, that's going to be ING, and rightfully so. They've been so successful with this winning the first 2 games of the day. We'll see if they can get 3 out of 5. A lot of action over towards that southern side, though, Dia. You can see Countdown is going to continue to light up. McLovin and his team are going to have to rotate eventually from Fragment West, but a lot of action is really going to happen right where those 2 teams are about to meet up on the southern side. As this zone really starts to close out, you have 3 to 4 teams all going to be collapsed on top of each other.
I'm wondering what Matt could be going for with the drop down into Harvester. No crafting there, no mobile res for the team, and unfortunately it's likely a survival play, if anything. Countdown really the focus, as Hida, with another late arrival into Countdown, their second in 2 games, have managed to make it a lot cleaner this time around, not taking the Valk ult, and instead playing things slow, walking in and making sure that their sight lines are clear. Meowdy have Valk ulted in over towards Fragment where we expected them to go earlier, and have a clean position themselves, albeit with buff aim assist behind them, a little bit salty that they didn't get there first.
Here goes the Rev Totem. Oh, cancels it right there. They need to get a little bit closer. And they don't really have an idea exactly where this team is going to be, so I like that discipline coming in from Locks. It looks like he's almost playing like a Sears style, where he's zooming in trying to find out where these players are.
I can't blame the little bit of restraint, especially when comboed with the Seer. You have such a powerful way to use the Octane and Rev together. You combo that with something like the Crypto for the EMP, and you have yourself a guaranteed squad wipe if you play things correctly. Let's see if they do. Out goes the jump pad. The drone's right ahead of them. Buff aim assist have got to make this work onto one of the most powerful squads in the lobby, but the only team that has challenged them so far has been BAA. As they W-key it up, Meowdy are not even there. They're gone. They're leaving. They don't want to fight a Revenant squad.
I mean, this is smart, though, because there's a distance on the Death Totem. So now that they've ran away from the Death Totem, the other team is going to be out of their ghosties, and it's going to be difficult to go and push. Plus, the EMP is void now. So that's a really smart play from Meowdy, and you might as well just play it safe, right? You are so close to securing first place. It'd be so nice to end that with back-to-back wins based on how dominant they've been. Yes, slow start. ING came through hot, but it's about how you finish in these situations. Shalone, definitely one of these individual players that's been highlighted throughout the day, continues to put down some serious damage and some gold.
JQ getting their own chance at glory, slides in to finish off another squad. Hida no longer joining us. 8 teams left now, and with bots really owning Countdown, it's up to them to determine where this zone is going to end. Who, unfortunately having run into Meowdy on this very same rotation, have got to make their own way over to Countdown and have lost Vize on a skyward dive in the meantime. It is every man for himself, and right now Greatsword all alone is actually eating the pressure from 10X, who's walking up on this trying to finish what Meowdy started.
Yeah, 10X, we haven't really had an opportunity to see much of their point of view quite yet. A couple 50-50s that they won early on, but now they are on the hunt, and one player is definitely trying to run as fast as possible. Does a good job. A little bit of tap strafe here and there. Locks gets a knock. Spire Academy goes out in 8th place, and things will just slow down temporarily here But it's round 3, 7 squads remaining. This is the type of action that you expect. Who gets eliminated? Phobia now taking some damage over to the side. And did I say this game was slowing down?
If you did, I gotta say that Meowdy certainly weren't listening. 10X, unfortunately, having lost the one, now steps some sick PK shots to give us. Awesome tryhard does get wiped out, but it is still a fight in the favor of Meowdy, who right now, with the knockdown shields as an addition, have no problem wiping 10X. Third party right next door, though, is ING are starting to come in. A great stick from Audi opens things up, and with the Mirage, you have the chance to cause chaos in this building. Wiping the floor with Meowdy and the 18 clones that helped you out.
67 points for ING, looking so good. Great stick there from Audi, and now things will slow down, just temporarily, okay?
Yeah, right.
Am I griefing us by saying that? That's the real question.
And everything looks fine now, especially with only 3 teams left. You have to imagine there's really just not that much literal space for them to cover. Buff Aim Assist have managed to recognize that the one spot that a team is certainly going to come from is Skyhook, where we just heard the shots, and McLovin's taken a good angle on this as well, being able to lock them out of pushing into the high ground as easily and likely forcing a Valcult, but instead gets pushed back in a 1v1 scenario, needing some backup from the rest of BAA as they're getting run up on from behind. We're going to see a 3-team clash in Zone 4. We could be ending this very early, and ING are just trying to survive that little bit longer going over the top.
And another death totem that doesn't get used as they were hoping for. A little bit of missed time right there, and now the team comes in from behind. Key still in that rev form. It's OVP down. That's going to be Fluke fighting the dust. The Mastiff connects from McLovin, but he gets dropped. And throughout all of this, ING coming in for the third party, looking for their 3rd win of the day.
Oh my gosh, it's just Key left as well. This could be the cleanup for ING. Profits around the outside. Not spotted just yet. There we go. Found by that Kraber, but no shot connects. Instead, it's Profit and Key trying to 1v1 out there. ING have the angle on Profit as Key hides, praying for another chance at life. And Profit takes to the low ground. They simply don't want to fight. You need those 2nd place points to really feel good about the performance today. And ING, they're going to deny someone. It's just a matter of who.
It's a 3v1v1 in this instance.
He's rezzing.
It looks like they possibly will be pulling this one off, too.
Oh my god. It's going to be outside of zone. That is a slaughter waiting to happen.
Yeah, just more points there for ING. They'll take it.
I guess so. A body shot will do you in at this point, and Dame is happy to take that chance. Doesn't actually land the shot, and we've actually got another 3-man squad in here, despite the fact that they're being griefed. No cells, no med kits, and the thermite beautifully placed by Yazix ends up claiming 1. Lux is still alive down there, but ING are playing this relatively smart. Keys off to the, oh my god, side, and I suppose it's going to be a matter of farming things up. One more headshot to do it. ING are making me sweat. Still 3 teams left, by the way, guys. We are playing this slow and steady, and most importantly for KP.
Yes, the grav lift again coming in. We've seen that play before. It was awesome trying originally over towards the climatizer side. Locks trying to stay alive as long as possible. Profits just big chilling over towards the bottom hand side. Key on the opposite side getting into a 1v1 with Addy, but now the push is coming through and the flank is there. Nice shots, good tracking there onto Key as well. The res comes through with the gold knockdown shield, and ING continuing to farm.
Of course they have gold knockdown shield, right? What advantage do ING not have right now? They are, I will say, playing with their food a little bit, but for the last round of the qualifiers, I can't say that I mind. We're all having a good bit of fun as these qualifiers have been nothing but that. Buff Aim Assist finally get eliminated after surviving for way too long, and it's OVP's last stand in the 1 versus 3. Profit is going to try and give ING a taste of their own medicine, and they are wise to it, taking down the Mirage and finishing off the qualifiers for Season 6.
3 out of 5 games won there for ING. What a performance from them. Meowdy secures first place overall in the cumulative leaderboard, but we saw, again, high-level Apex that gets you excited for Season 6 of Series E. You wouldn't have it any other way. What a great 4 days of qualifiers.
It has been so much fun to watch these teams, and even at the end, you could tell everyone was having a good time, because not only has these teams gotten a better understanding of Apex Legends, they knew each other better as well. So many teams re-qualifying to the finals that you can't help but feel a little bit of camaraderie with these guys.
Realistically, we have a great season ahead of us, right? Whether, you know, it's Meowdy coming through and showcasing what they're going to be made of. I can't wait to see what partner team they're going to be involved in. I'm not quite sure what the rest of the leaderboard shows and what teams are going to end up getting partnered, but we just saw amazing Apex top to bottom. Even teams that are some really great teams that could make it into the ALGS found themselves on the right-hand side of that Mobile One leaderboard. Hats off to all the players, and hey, Dia, it is a pleasure casting the qualifiers with you.
It's really been a joy, T-Squared. I can't think of a better way to spend my Tuesdays and Wednesdays than seeing these players, these teams, try their best to make the season, and have you making amazing jokes right alongside me. Of course, we've got other talented individuals to celebrate, and I'm going to throw it over to one of our most talented here at Esports Arena, Yeso.
You flatter me too much, Dia. Hats off to Dia and T-Squared. Absolutely crushing it tonight and all throughout the qualifiers. I think we've seen them every night of the quals so far this season, and they were fantastic. So no better way to close it out than with those two gentlemen. So well done to both of them. ING closing it out with their 3rd win on the night. You heard Tom talking about it. 3 out of 5 from the squad here, and they finish incredibly strong with this big showing. 14 kills for the team, a 26-point performance from them to end out the night, and that has got to feel very, very nice. No way that they caught up to Meowdy. Meowdy, of course, dominant through the first 3 nights and put up some solid points here tonight, but ING can feel very good, kind of a performance to hang their hat on here, and we will likely see them throughout the season, so keep an eye out for this squad in the very near future. This takes us, though, into our final Mobile One high performance moment of the night as we close out our qualifiers here for Season 6. And it's a fight here getting towards the end. Who going out? Down to 6 squads here, and 10X coming out to try and get things going. And Phobia throws out that singularity, but immediately gets beamed. And it's all down to Catamatic here, holding the bottom floor of this building with the PK, able to get 1 knock, looking for the second, and just being so slippery here, but not quite slippery enough to escape. And now it's just what can Carry do? A lot of work done initially, but it's not enough there, and it's Meowdy that cleaned them up. One of their good fights in this game. And then ING says, hey, Meowdy, you've had a great qualifier so far. We're going to really make it a painful end for you in this game. We're going to keep making this Mirage work. We're going to come in here and clean you up. But a chaotic fight here that 10X doesn't get enough done in. Meowdy cleaned them up, and then we see ING come in to finish it off. Our final Mobile One high performance moment here of qualifiers. We are here. Let's take a look, of course, at our final Mobile One leaderboard here for tonight's competition to see how everything shook out on that front. Of course, ING very impressive in their performance, and they will finish atop our standings here. But Meowdy behind them in 2nd place. Bit of a gap there as ING really topping the charts here tonight. But Meowdy and Zero Marksman round out the top 3. And that means we can also take a look at our overall, our cumulative leaderboard for the qualifiers, and Meowdy topping 300 points there. Buff Aim Assist in 2nd with 216. Zero Marksman also just barely jumping ahead of who there in the qualifiers. So congratulations to all of our teams and their performances across these qualifiers. Now we just get ready for the season, folks. We've got a couple of weeks here till draft day. That'll be happening very soon. Of course, some things still to be decided on the Guilty Gear and Multiversus front as they're playing qualifiers now. We'll have one more next week, but we're going to be getting into draft days very soon. We will have more information on dates for those as they get ready here in the next couple of weeks. So keep an eye out for that, because of course we'll be talking to the returning teams and players as well as the new ones, getting a sense of their thoughts going into the season. Of course, finding out who they will represent in Series E. So keep an eye out for that very soon. For more information about that and more, esportsarena.com has you covered. But that's going to do it for us, folks. Thank you so much for coming and hang out. My name is Jay, so pleasure to host for you all, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight, and we will see you next time.